Welcome to the Providers meeting. My name is Erin Kerrigan. I am a Community Engagement Manager here at DCYF, and we're just going to kick it off here. So in a second, you should see, there we go, virtual meeting protocols on your screen. I'm sure all of us are beyond familiar with all of these at this point, but just as a gentle reminder, please be sure to keep yourself on mute. There will be plenty of opportunities throughout the day to unmute and share any questions or comments verbally, but during the actual presentations, please utilize the chat box. We do try to keep up with all input that is in the chat box and make sure that's incorporated into the conversation. All right. And before we jump into intros, let's do the review of the February meeting minutes. I think we should have those took place in the chat. Chelsea should be sharing those. There we go. Thanks, Chelsea. So this was shared with the prep email that went out earlier, but just going to give everybody a moment to review the February minutes and let me know if you have any questions or comments. All right, does anybody have any questions, or would anybody like another moment to review the minutes from the February meeting? We ready to move on? Okay. So with that being done, let's move on to introductions. So just to make sure we are getting everybody, I'll just call people out down the list. And when your name is called, please share your name, where you're located, your role, and just a few words on what's on top for you today. So first on my list, Brian, you're up.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. My name is Brian Trimble. I'm located in Spokane, Washington. I'm the owner and executive director of the Herzog Family Center, a private paid organization in Spokane, and I'm one of the new tri-chairs. Sorry, of course, right in the background. So what's on top of it today? I'm excited to listen, excited to see all the people here today and seeing some new faces.
Thanks, Brian. Next, I have Leah Irwin.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Leah Irwin from Child Care Aware of Washington. I'm sitting in today for Sandy Maldonado, who is our Director of Early Learning. She is on vacation and I'm on her team, so she asked me to sit in today. So I am located in Ellensburg. I live and work from Ellensburg, and my role at the network office is to support this half of the state in their implementation of early achievers. I work directly with the CCA offices on this side of the state. What's on top for me today? I am just eager to be here and listen in. I always get like a debriefing of these meetings because I'm part of the CCA network. So I'm looking forward to being part of the conversation today. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Leah. Welcome. We're happy to have you here. Thank you. Next, I have Dave Meyer.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Mayer with the Office of Catholic Schools with the Seattle Archdiocese, located in Seattle, but our Archdiocese covers the I-5 corridor all the way from Bellingham to Vancouver. I am the Director of Early Childhood Education at the Office of Catholic Schools and help support our 56 early learning programs. And I've also had the chance to be able to be a part of the cost of care study. And so I'm excited to kind of have that update today to be able to kind of show where that process is heading and what's been going on.
Great, thanks, Dave. Next on my list, I have Renee.
Hachlahel, Renee Titsta. Buenos dias, soy Renee. Good morning, I'm Renee Hernandez Greenfield. I'm the program director, program manager over here at Tacoma Community College Early Learning Center. We're located within Tacoma Community College here in Tacoma. We are a private pay, ECAP, early Head Start childcare partnership, and all those programs in between nestled inside of a community college. So we are standalone business within the college setting. So that's our role where we're located. My assistant director is on the call too. Hi, Tanya, I know you're out there. What's on top for today? We are excited. We're bringing in, we got a chance to meet, if you don't know him, his name's Victor Villaseñor. He wrote many, many books. My favorite is a book called Burro Genius, and we get to have him virtually next week. So we have, top of my mind is that we have to make sure and get out a planning meeting to be sure we know what Victor is going to speak about. He's like in his 70s. We love him. Anyway, that's on top of my mind today. I'm happy to be here. And I'm one of the tri-chairs. And Brian, thank you for that word.
I was going to say, I like that word too. I hadn't heard that one, tri-chair. Thank you, Renee. And yeah, we'll take a moment to make sure you guys get a moment to talk just a little bit about that. Make sure everybody meets you guys. Okay, so next on my list, I have Jess Mayer. Please correct me if I.
You actually, you nailed it, Erin. So thank you so
right.
much. I'm Jess. I work with DCYF. I am the new Early Learning Division Trauma Informed Professional Development Coordinator. I live in Tacoma. I just moved here from Montana a couple of months ago, and so I'm still getting my bearings. I'm really happy to be here with you folks today. What's on top for me is what's on top almost every day, which is infusing trauma-informed supports within Washington State's early learning offerings. So thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Jess. Next, I have Julie.
Good morning. I'm Julie Schroth. I own Creative Kids Learning Center in Port Orchard, located in Kitsap County. Honestly, what's on top for me today is not related to this. It's squeezing in all the interviews I have at lunch and after this meeting. It's crazy hiring out there. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Julie. And thank you for the reminder that it doesn't need to be anything related to this meeting or work, just anything that's on top for you guys. All right. Next on my, oh, here, let's see, I got a little lost here. Next on my list, I have Tanya.
Good morning. I'm Tanya Overton. I also work at the Tacoma Community College Early Learning Center. I'm Renee's other half. I'm the assistant director, and my main role is supporting our awesome teachers here. And what's on top for me today is balancing all these awesome discussions at this meeting and running and giving breaks to our teachers.
Thanks, Tanya. I also want to take a minute just to read out some of the intros that were placed in the chat. Another reminder, if you're not able to get to a keyboard, if you're not able to go off mute or on camera, you can use the chat box. So we have a few intros I'll read. So from Carol Eshelman, so from Le Petit Early Learning Center in Yakima, good morning. We also have Rebecca Knox, Associate Director of Early Learning Provider Services with Catholic Charities, serving Central Washington, also serving as the Early Achievers Regional Coordinator for Central Washington. Good morning, Rebecca. And we have Melissa Metzger. She's the co-director with La Petite Early Learning Center in Yakima. And we have Rochelle from Foundations of Faith Children's Academy in Lacey. On top for Rochelle today is spring break for school-age kiddos, and that you are multitasking today. And she's also looking for teachers, so she's feeling Julie's hiring pain. And then we also have James Watson, Director of Love and Kindness Childcare Learning Center in Tacoma. Welcome, James. Good morning. And I will get back to the list here. Let's see, next we have Sandra Nelson.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Nelson. I am the director of Prem ABC Child Care Center in Southeast Seattle. We do toddlers preschool program, an ECAP Seattle preschool program, and a school ages before and after program. What's on top for me today? Julie, send me anybody you don't want. and early achievers having some issues getting started for our re-rating this year.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, I have Vicki Greger.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Greger I'm the owner director at Spokane Child Development Center. Sorry, just getting back from a cold. Owner director, Spokane Child Development Center in Spokane Valley. And we do community-based childcare as well as ECAP, and are piloting early ECAP this year. And I am really interested in the cost of care study and model.
Great, thank you, Vicki. Next, I have Laura.
Hi. Hi, my name is Laura Murphy in Yakima, Washington. I own Taylor Touch Childcare Centers. We have 2 locations, and I'm just interested in seeing what this meeting's about. I am also been blessed to be able to participate in the cost of care study, and I'm just interested in networking more. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Welcome. Let's see. Next, I have Rebecca Lee.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Lee, and I'm from Spokane, and I have a couple of child care centers over here, a couple of ECAP classrooms. I sort of feel, that's my dog in the background, because the sprinkler guy is here turning on the water and putting in a new sprinkler line that those dogs ate. Anyway, you know, I sort of feel like 10 apples up on top, and they're all about to wobble right off. I just feel like there is so much going on between figuring out staffing, like everyone has said, you know, some of the legislative things that are coming, applying for an ELF grant. So, you know, it's all a juggling act, but I'm happy to be here today.
And at least you are protected from the sprinkler man. So.
Oh, for sure. They do not like him. Well, I think they don't like that they can be outside with him.
Yeah.
What do you love your children's mask? Okay.
Okay, so next we have on the list, Berta.
Yes. Hi, I'm Berta Artiga. I'm childcare provider for 21 years. I'm located in Tri-City, Pasco, Washington. The top something for me today is learning new thing and share with the community and my family. I do service in my house. And that's it. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Berta. We're happy to have you. And I just want to pause to read a chat intro. So we have Susan Brown, located in Seattle, founder and CEO of KidsCo. And top concern is also staffing. I'm sensing a trend here. So. And next on the list, we have Ruth Kellenberger.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ruth Kellenberger. I'm here in Pasco. I have a home family daycare. I have 2 kiddos over here. So it's gonna be really hard for me because I don't have the assistant today. So I'm gonna be here in the meeting and then keeping an eye on the kids. So I'm here.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Even if you have to be 2 places at once, we're happy to have you for however long we do.
Yes, thanks.
All right, and next up, please correct me if I'm mispronouncing this name, but I have Rocio Ganaway.
Yeah, hi, this is Rosie Oganaway, and I'm located here in Issaquah. And my concern pretty much that the stuff that is in my list is the early achievers and childcare aware. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the list, we have Athena.
Hi, good morning. My name is Athena Jimenez Manalo. I am located on the traditional land of the Coast Salish and Duwamish, also known as the Seattle area in King County. I am the dual language program coordinator at DCYF, and on top for me, I just returned from a few days out of office and I have a very, very full inbox. So I want to make sure I get to that. Thank you all for having me here.
Thanks, Athena. Next, I have Lorena.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lorena Miranda. I'm a licensed childcare provider in the Yakima area. I'm a union leader for SEIU 925. I do advocacy and volunteer mentor for providers here in the Yakima area as well. And I'm just here to learn everything that has to do with all of these programs to help other providers.
Great, thank you, Lorena. Lois. Oh, Lois, I just saw you in the chat. Would you like me to introduce you? Oh, but you're off.
No, it's okay, Erin, I can do it. Lois Martin, I'm located in Seattle. I'm the director owner of Community Day Center for Children. And my top concern is a lack of childcare spaces for families and wait lists. And if I can add two, the second one would be integrated pre-K.
Great, thank you, Lois. All right, some of the DCYF folks. So next, Jessica Hertline.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Hertline. I am located in the Spokane area, and I am with the community engagement team through DCYF. Happy to be here.
Thanks, Jessica. Next, I have Chelsea.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chelsea Thompson, and I'm located in Olympia, Washington, and I am with the community engagement team as well with DCYF. And I would have to say what's on top for me, my family and I have been in the process of building our home for a while now, and we just got the installation and then we're getting sheetrock put up. So the walls are being closed, super exciting.
Getting closer.
Okay.
All right, Deanna.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Deanna Stewart. I'm the Deputy Director of Community Engagement here at the agency. And let's see, top of mind for me, well, I'm technically on spring break with my kiddos, but I chose to work today, particularly for this meeting. And then I have other meetings throughout the day. So I think it's just getting through today and then getting back to spring break.
Deanna's not very good at vacation, in case anybody was wondering. And last, I think, but definitely not least, Emily.
Good morning, I'm Emily Morgan. I am located in Spokane. I'm on the DCYF community engagement team. And top of mind for me today, yeah, I guess it would be I'm pregnant with my first child, and I feel like that's top of mind for me like every day. But yeah, it's definitely true for today too. I'm really excited.
Thanks, Emily. All right. And I'm just doing one last run through to see if I forgot anybody. If I did forget anybody, please feel free to unmute. But I think that's everyone. So thank you so much for being here, everybody. Just a couple quick housekeeping items before we move on to the first agenda item. First, we want to take a moment to review the feedback loop. And I can't remember, Chelsea, if that was included in, no, okay, so Chelsea's going to include a link to the feedback loop in the chat. That was also included in the materials email just the follow-up one that went out yesterday. So just want to acknowledge that, and I'll give everybody a moment to review that. And in the meantime, please feel free to unmute if you have any questions or comments. Oh, and I'm sorry, I should have also included the agency update doc that went with this. We have a separate doc for just some agency updates. There we go. Thanks, Chelsea. Forgot to call that out. So there's a secondary document that has some DCYF updates for you to review as well. I'll just give everybody a moment. All right, does anybody have any questions or comments about either of those docs? Would you like more time to review? Are we ready to move on? Lois is asking for more time. No problem. I'll give you guys another moment. Okay, how are we doing on those update docs? Does anybody have any questions or comments, or would you like additional time to review? All right. So I just want to hold a moment before we move on to the first agenda item to introduce the new executive committee. So I know that they self-identified during the intros, but I just wanted to take a moment to introduce Renee, Julie, and Brian as the new executive committee, as was included in the email that went out. We had the same a number of applicants as we did open spots, which is why we skipped the formal election process because it would have been moot. So we just, since typically during the election process, you would get to hear from them a little bit more ahead of time. I just wanted to hold some space so you guys can see their faces, learn their names, and meet them. So I'll let you guys just briefly introduce yourself, if you would like, to the group.
Well, I guess I could start. Hi, everyone. I'm Renee. Where do we start? So I come with center, home visiting, travel programming, and community-based programs, military programs background. And also, and now now I love and live in the community college world. I am a parent. I keep calling him little. He's not little anymore. He's 10, but you know, we all will always be a baby to me, right? I'm a parent of a 10-year-old in 4th grade, navigating almost middle school, which is wild to me. I'm very excited to be with you all in this capacity, and I adore these meetings we have, and so they're very important, and getting to meet everyone else out there kind of throughout the whole state. And so I look forward to meeting you and getting to know all of you during this time. So I hope I covered things. It's hard to go first. And of course, if you have other questions, I like to play on the chat, so feel free to ask questions too if I didn't cover anything that you want to know about. Thanks.
Okay, well, I can jump in. My eyes flew open when Renee said Blue is 10 because he attended our center back when he was little. So I'm a former family home provider. I'm a former military person myself. When I got out of the military, I opened family childcare shortly thereafter, and then opened a center in 2001 and closed my family home when we made that transition. I don't know what else there is to share. So anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Hello, yeah, my name is Brian Trimble. My original profession was a teacher for 12 years. I taught kindergarten through middle school. My first teaching job was kindergarten, which was a massive shock to me, but they didn't know any different. They thought all kindergarten teachers were 250 pounds and 6'1", so they didn't have any frame of reference. So I purchased this organization 7 years ago from another family. I'd ran it for 17 years. I have 3 kids, twins that are 6, and a 10-year-old daughter also, all girls. So yeah. Hope that was, and I also answered questions in chats. So thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And Brian, you ended right on time at 9:30. Well done. With that, I'm going to kick it back over to Brian, who's going to introduce the next topic. So go ahead, Brian.
All right, we'll go ahead and go into the first topic for today. Please welcome Amy Russell and Angela Abrams today. It's going to be talking more about the FSKA grants and support up.
Oh, it looks like he might have gotten a little bit frozen there, but let's see. And I see Angela's on. Are you ready to go, Angela?
Our guests.
Oh, Mallory. Sorry, Mallory's going to.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. All right. Well, welcome.
Hey, no worries. Thanks, Brian. I know I saw you froze, so I was like, where's he going? Hi, everybody. My name is Mallory Lopez. I am with DCYS on the professional development team. And we've got a group of us here to share a bit about some grants that are coming out as opportunities from the Fair Start for Kids Act. We want to talk about trauma-informed care work and dual language designation. So there's a few of us today that are going to be talking with you all, and we're really excited to be here. This is my second provider supports subcommittee meeting, so I see some familiar faces, and I'm really excited to be back with you all today. Erin, are you the one navigating the slideshow for us, or
Chelsea is, so you could just indicate when you're ready to move forward in a slide, and Chelsea can move forward. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chelsea. You can keep going ahead a little bit to the next one, Chelsea. Thank you. So yes, our agenda today, we'll talk about some grants, trauma-informed care, dual language designation, and we can keep moving on through the slides. And I think we're ready to kick it off with some complex needs Fund grant conversation. And then Kelsey's going to take us through that. And then I will give a little bit of an update about our equity grant design work that's happening that was informed and guided by a lot of our conversations here. So I'll pass it over to Kelsey and she'll give us the rundown on Complex Needs Fund grants.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelsey Boyce, and I work for DCYF on the operations team, and I'm really happy to be here today. I think this is my first provider support subcommittee meeting, so it's nice to meet many of you. I think I've met a few others of you in passing. If we want to take it to the next slide, I'll get us started on talking about the upcoming Complex Needs Fund grant. And I also want to apologize. I have a little bit of an irritated throat, so if I pause to take a sip of water, that's why. So what's really exciting about this grant and the other kind of grants and funding opportunities coming out of the Fair Start for Kids Act is that they're so specialized and specific, whereas we've done several rounds of COVID-19 funding, right? That was kind of general funding supported or intended to support and keep doors open and keep businesses running. This gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to look at some specific needs to support. And so starting with the Complex Needs Fund grant, the purpose here, which really draws from the legislative language in the Fair Start for Kids Act, is to direct funding to early care and education providers intended to promote inclusive, least restrictive environments and to support providers serving children who have developmental delays, disabilities, behavioral needs, or other unique needs. And if we want to go on to the next slide. So DCYF is looking at a kind of iterative, multi-phase approach to this grant so that we can learn from the first phase and gather data and feedback and make any adjustments or improvements so that we can be more responsive to needs in future phases. So we're kind of giving it this first pilot phase approach. We currently have about $4.6 million allocated across the biennium. So that's fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023. And that 4.6 million includes allocation for staffing, and that's one full-time staff member. So I think the number that will actually be dispersed as grants is a little bit closer to $4.5 million. And you can see the estimated number of providers who will be eligible for this funding across the biennium. In the first phase, we're going to focus specifically on licensed or certified providers who are serving children receiving subsidies. And that number looks like 2,500 to 3,000 providers. And we'll start out with that, and we'll test some things out, we'll get some data, and then we'll be able to move into the full implementation for fiscal year 2023, hopefully better armed and better able to support and be responsive based on what we learned the first round. And that full implementation will include all licensed or certified childcare providers, including private pay, and it will also include license exempt family, friend, and neighbor providers. And those license exempt FFN providers are serving children receiving state subsidies. Another eligibility requirement is, and which comes from the legislative language, is that providers who apply for this funding must be serving children in their care who have behavioral needs, developmental disabilities, or other unique needs. This does not need to be connected to a diagnosis or something that's diagnosable, or like an IEP. We're not asking for any of that. It's just if you have a child who has a unique need, this is a support for that. If we want to move on to the next slide. So the application will be coming soon, in late spring. And what we're excited to be able to offer this time is an application preview ahead of the release so that providers will be able to see exactly what questions will be in the application, and they'll have some time to think about what they might want to request or how they might want to respond to the different application questions. And there will be time for them to connect with our technical assistance partners and maybe have some questions answered, or just to feel a little bit more prepared, like there's a little bit more time before the application just suddenly opens. When the application does open, it will be in the WaCompass provider portal, which should feel pretty familiar at this point because that's where all of our grant opportunities have been housed. The application will be available in English, Spanish, and Somali, and there will be robust technical assistance available in multiple languages and methods based on provider need. We plan to leverage our existing contract with our fabulous TA providers with Voices of Tomorrow and the Imagine Institute. They've been doing wonderful work with the stabilization grant, and I'm sure that they will continue to be responsive to any kind of technical assistance need. So in order to offer like meaningful grant amounts and trying to reach the most amount of providers we can while still being really responsive to needs and not just dividing up $4 million over 10,000 providers, so you get like $500 each. We're asking that providers apply for what they need, as opposed to DCYF saying, oh, well, you're a licensed family home and you can serve 12 kids, and so this is the amount. We're able this time to really just, we want to listen to and hear what the needs are in the community. So providers can apply for funding between $5,000 and $100,000. And we recognize that some providers, especially some of the larger centers, like $100,000 does not go very far. And so we are accepting applications for higher amounts if there's a compelling need, but stating that $100,000 upfront is just kind of giving that ballpark of here's what we're expecting to fund requests for. When we implement the full implementation in fiscal year 2023, when eligibility expands to include family, friend, and neighbor providers, those FFN providers will be able to request up to $5,000. So looking at the total amount that we have available to us for these grants and the number of providers and the range of awards we expect to give out, that's going to look like approximately 15 to 400 grants each fiscal year. And those amounts will really depend on how many applications are received and for what amounts people are requesting. I see a question from Julie. Is there criteria developed to meet when applying? Yes, so the criteria, if we want to go back to the previous slide. So for this first pilot phase, it'll be, in order to be eligible to apply for a grant, you need to be a licensed or a certified provider serving children receiving state subsidies. And specifically, that would be you've served a child receiving subsidy through SSPS between September and February, and you've claimed for payment by March 31st, 2022. So that way we're not chasing a moving eligibility target, and we'll know exactly who is in that eligible pool. And Lois, I see your question too. Well, actually, how many questions are there? I should go in order. I'm so sorry. Sandra, what is the proposed turnaround time for approving grant requests? We will come to that in a future slide, but I will say that we expect to have funds out the door for this first round by the end of fiscal year 2022, which is June 30th. Lois, for what qualifies as unique needs, that's really kind of open to what providers their needs are. So it does not need to be related to a diagnosed or a diagnosable condition. We're talking about children who have behavioral needs, developmental delays, disabilities, or other unique needs. Who will be deciding if a unique need qualifies? So there, sorry. Let's move ahead to the next slide, and I will come back to that because we will talk about that in a future slide. Okay, so we talked about that the application preview will be available ahead of time, and it will be in WaCompass, and we talked about the amounts. So let's move on to the next slide. So here's what funding is available for this specific grant. There's 5 categories that providers can request funding in. So we're looking at staffing, and that would be adding staff members or increasing staff hours, therapeutic services, facility improvements to comply with ADA accessibility or behavioral needs, supportive and adaptive equipment and materials, and teacher training. And thank you, Lois, for that. I'm definitely new to the presentation side, so I will be sure to look at these questions after we finish the slides. So these are the 5 categories that providers can request funds within for this specific grant. And there will be, a couple of questions in each of these categories. Providers can request funds in more than one category. They do not have to, so they could request $100,000 just for staffing, or maybe they have needs in each one of these categories that they want to request funding in. So that's totally flexible. The funds, like many of our previous grants, the funds cannot be used for capital improvements like new construction or major renovation projects. And the funds also need to be used for the site that received the funds, right? So if say you have 6 different sites and you apply for a grant for each of those sites, the site who received the funds needs to be the ones using the funds. If we want to go to the next slide, here's where we'll talk a little bit about what it looks like after applications come in. So there will be a detailed rubric that is provided ahead of the grant application release so that providers can consult it and look at it while they're filling out their application, so they'll understand exactly how an application is being scored for completeness. And I want to just say right now that there will not be any scoring based on grammar or spelling or how academic the writing is. This is really a matter of, you'll get some points for saying that you have a need. You'll get more points for saying you have a need and this is how you plan to use the funds to improve care for the child with the need. So it's just a matter of, have you answered the question completely? Have you included the details that are requested? We will provide bonus points to providers who are located in extreme access childcare deserts and providers serving or located in marginalized low-income communities. These definitions are available. I can drop the link in the chat. They should feel familiar. They're the same definitions as for a couple of the childcare stabilization grant add-ons. So I just dropped the link in the chat there. And so there's zip code factors related to extreme childcare access deserts and marginalized low-income communities. So after applications have been received and scored, applications that meet a minimum scoring threshold of just showing that that the applications have been completed, we'll consider how many applications there are, and if there are more applications than DCYF is able to fund, that's when we'll move to prioritizing. And so what DCYF plans to do is to look across all of the applications received to identify application trends, such as the spend areas that are most highly requested across all who apply. So for example, if we receive 500 grant applications and we see that the real concern and the real need being highlighted is staffing, then we would prioritize applications requesting staffing first to be able to fund them. And we'll have a panel of subject matter experts across DCYF and OSPI that will convene to help make these funding determinations. And then DCYF will publish more detailed methodology on how these applications were prioritized after determinations have been made. Because the Complex Needs Fund grant will be distributed in multiple phases, we may use information from this first round of applications to make improvements or adjustments before phase 2. I'm going to pause here and look at some questions because this is actually the last slide on the Complex Needs Fund grant. So I'm going to take a look at the chat over here. I'm seeing concerns about the purpose of this grant, being like funds being used specific to children with complex needs as opposed to general stabilizing money or recovery. And I'll say that this is outlined in the Fair Start for Kids Act, and it is the legislative language that directs us on how these funds should be spent. Please share where the idea came from for this type of grant. There's a great need across the board. So I don't know if Angela or somebody who was more involved with the legislative process wants to step in here, but I can say that we were directed by the legislature to create this grant. And last year, ECAP distributed a similar grant. So there's actually 2 parallel grants going on right now for the Complex Needs Fund. One is through ECAP, and now there's this new one for childcare. Is this an ongoing grant, or is there a sunset? I can say that we've been funded for the biennium, so for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023. Legislature will determine if we continue to be funded for future bienniums. I anticipate that we probably will, but I don't have the full answer for that. Who determines how the subject matter experts are selected? Why is OSPI involved? Legislation actually asked us to involve OSPI in this process, which is why we're partnering with them. And the subject matter experts are going to be subject matter experts specifically in areas that are affected by children with complex needs. So we'll have somebody from infant and early childhood mental health consultation. We'll have bilingual language access specialists, pardon me. We'll have representation from early achievers, from childcare licensing, from the childcare subsidy special needs rate, from ECAP as well as OSPI. Julie says, are you saying that there's legislation that instructed how this grant would be implemented? No, not necessarily how the grant would be implemented, but the legislative language specifies like what the support can be used for. So we have, well, here, I can drop it into the chat as opposed to me reading it out loud to you. Yes, thank you, Angela. Oh, why isn't it copying and pasting? There. Oh, it's because it's too long. One moment. So this is section 303 in the chat. And so it specifies that one fund is for ECAP contractors and one fund is for licensed or certified childcare providers, and that support may include staffing, programming, therapeutic services, and equipment or technology support. Bear with me while I'm still scrolling through the chat and making sure I'm not missing any questions. Jen, I hear you that there are many children in private paying programs that have unique needs as well, which is why we will expand eligibility to include private paying programs in the next phase of this grant. And so that eligibility will open up to programs that are private pay. Is there a reason why it's not open to all now? So that's part of this phased approach that we're using with trying out kind of a new way of implementing these childcare grants. This is a little bit different than our previous grants, and we want to be able to look at a focused, smaller pool to be able to look at needs and see what's working and see what isn't, along with just internal capacity of being able to wade through these applications and give them the attention that they deserve. And then we'll be able to have some time to step back and get some feedback and implement further. Lois, yes, ECAP does receive a separate pot of money. They're not part of the 4.6 million that we mentioned. There's probably about that much again. I believe that the total was 9 point something million dollars, and so half of that was for ECAP. The language says staffing, but DCYF language goes further to say staffing extra hours or extra staffing. Why the additional restriction? I'm not sure that I'm seeing that as a restriction. Maybe you can help me understand that a little better. The grant request would be for staffing to help a child with a complex need, and as opposed to just general payroll that you're already paying. Does that make sense? I'm sorry. I'm seeing a question. How will we ensure that providers actually go the extra mile for kids are the ones that receive it? Providers should prove inclusion no matter what the child's payment status is or the area they live in. Sorry, I'm trying to break down that question into something that I can answer. What I can say is this first phase 1 implementation of this grant is going to inform a lot about how we can move forward with the grant and future iterations of it and future phases. And part of what will happen after the grant has been distributed is reporting back on how the funds were spent. So we're looking at like quarterly reports that we will send out to grantees, who will then, there will be some narrative responses, and they'll be able to show how the funding is being used and to show what the impact is. So we hope to gather that kind of data in order to better inform how to implement this grant going forward.
Hey, Kels.
Hey.
It's Mallory. Hey, everybody. I'm wondering, you all have really, really great questions, and I don't want to, I want to be able, for all of us to be able to respond to those. And I know we've also got just about 30 minutes to get through the rest of our content for our presentation. I'm wondering if we can maybe move on topics right now, but have you all continue to put questions in the chat, and then we, meaning us under the Early Learning Division, can work with Erin or Chelsea, however the follow-up can happen, to get answers back to you all. Does that feel okay? So we can, you know, talk about equity grants and trauma-informed care and dual language designation.
Yeah, Mallory, I was just gonna, this is Deanna, I was just gonna say that. I was gonna send Kelsey a message, just let her know, like, yeah, Kelsey, don't feel pressured to answer everything, because I know we would definitely want you to get through the presentation, and we're tracking it all for you guys,
Okay,
and we will send you everything. And so anything you miss, you'll definitely get it after the fact. So you'll have answers you've already responded to, and then ones that you have not.
Okay,
And,
okay, cool. Thanks, Deanna.
And then Deanna was sharing that I'm kind of copying and pasting things and just keeping track if there's questions, so I know when we'll all talk later.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you all so much. I definitely don't want to miss responding to questions, and I know Kelsey doesn't want to either. And but for the sake of time, we'll just keep going. Thanks, Kels. And yeah, we'll work with Deanna and her team to follow up with you all. Thanks for all those really meaningful questions. Chelsea, can you move us on to, I think, the next slide? Yes. So last time we were here, we talked about the equity grant, specifically about our approach to the design of the process of applying and everything that goes along with that, what that will look like. And In that, we got a lot of really great guidance from you all. We also had similar conversations with other advisory groups like the Indian Policy and Early Learning, Tribal Policy Advisory Committee, where we brought similar questions for the purpose of being informed by you all on how we should bring providers into this design process so that they are the ones really making decisions about how the equity grant application process and the supports that go along with that shall look like. And so with that guidance that we got from you all, we started moving ahead working with organizations that we're kind of calling ally organizations that you all are probably pretty familiar with, to pull together groups of design teams that are made up of providers, those that will be impacted by the equity grant, to make some decisions on how that process will look like. So right now, as far as where we're at with that, we're working with One America, Child Care Aware, the Imagine Institute, and Voices of Tomorrow to start mapping out the process of pulling together these design groups. And what we're planning is that each one of those organizations will have 1 or 2 design groups based around a specific language and made up of those that are eligible to apply for the equity grant. And those design teams will be grappling with and tackling with decisions related to the application, the equity grant application questions, what the scoring should look like, how grants should be prioritized, what the amounts will be. So essentially all decision making is going to be with these design teams. And we're really excited about that. It's kind of like what Kelsey was saying, we're taking a different approach to these grant opportunities that have come out for the Fair Start for Kids Act fund, or Fair Start for Kids Act, equity grant being one of them, and really trying to look at things a little bit differently so that they're really the most meaningful grants that they can be for the people that are impacted by them. Yes, Julie, there are providers on the design team will be made up of providers, those impacted by the grant. So right now we're in the process of pulling those organizations together and just mapping out recruitment for design teams, all the logistics that go around pulling design teams together. So let's see, it's April. So our timeline looks like pulling and recruiting design teams together this month, having design team sessions all throughout April, with the next month of May having what we're calling prototypes. So the decisions that the design teams make, they will come together and kind of build prototypes of the grant process, and we'll be able to look at those and figure out how to implement them in the parameters that we have, because we know within the equity grant, there's some parameters that we can't change. One of them being that the grant will be electronic. So we'll take those prototypes that the design teams come up with, implement those, and hopefully, release the grant shortly after. And so we're working through all those details right now. But it's a really exciting opportunity for us to have the people that are going to be applying for the grant, the providers, a part of the design team. And so we're just now working with those host organizations for recruitment. So the design teams aren't pulled together yet. They haven't started meeting, but very shortly, those organizations will be working on recruitment and pulling people together for those design teams. So I just wanted to share that follow-up from the last time we met, because you all really guided how we came to deciding on this approach and working with providers for this work, or for this grant process. So that's really exciting. And yeah, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we, as these meetings occur, or whatever we can share with the engagement group. So, or the engagement team at DCYF to pass along. So yeah, I see some questions coming through here. And I'll talk a little bit more about recruitment. So the host organizations will be the ones who are going to be doing recruitment for the design team. So recruitment hasn't happened yet. The design teams will be made up of providers, and the host organizations, Child Care Aware, One America Imagine, Voices of Tomorrow will be doing recruitment for their own design teams, and we'll have design teams made up of providers that are eligible for the grant in various languages. So there will be the opportunity for these design groups to happen in languages outside of just English. And if you are interested, I know last time, I think when we were here, we talked about if there's anybody who's interested in being a part of a design group, you can let me know in chat and I can take that back to the groups when we start recruitment. One thing that I want to mention too is that, like what Kelsey mentioned in the Complex Needs Fund grant, this grant too, we're looking at as an opportunity to refine and improve the process as we go. And so right now we're calling, I don't know, like phase one of the grant. We're pulling together design groups to design it, right? To design the process, talk about the supports that should be available. After that first round of grants happen, we are going to come back together and, you know, probably talk to some providers who applied for the grant, learn from them about what could have been done better, and keep refining and improving as we go, because we want, we want to be able to get funds to providers fast, as soon as possible, and we want to make sure that we keep improving the process so that it works, it's most accessible to people, and you know, it's improved each time. Thank you, Laura. I will continue to monitor the chat for anybody who's interested in this work and take those emails. All right. So I think feel free to continue putting questions in there. If we don't get to them, like Deanna said, her team will make sure that we get them and we're able to follow up with you all about them. So Chelsea, we can keep moving through the PowerPoint presentation. And I think we are on to trauma-informed care. So I'm going to pass it over to Jess, who's going to talk about the trauma-informed care work that's happening right now.
Thanks so much, Mallory. Thanks so much, all. I really appreciate your time today. I'm super excited about this work, infusing trauma-informed supports across Washington's early childhood system. And just to give you a heads up, we will be taking some questions toward the latter part of this presentation. I want to make sure we have some room for my colleague Athena to talk to you all about our dual language supports as well. And also, just to follow up on what some of my colleagues were talking about, is we will be engaging in a very comprehensive community outreach effort to make sure we get the voices of providers and families included in our planning around trauma-informed care supports. And we'll talk in a little bit more detail here in a moment or two as well about some of the strategies we'll be using. But do please feel free to jump in with your questions in chat. But just keep in mind that I want to save some room for Athena to talk with us as well about dual language supports, which is some other really cool stuff happening here through DCYF. So with that, I want to point us all to the Legislative Directive. You know, so much of this work is just, it's coming from the legislature, and they have asked us to do specific things, right? And so that's where this exciting opportunity to grow trauma-informed supports is coming from currently here in Washington among the early childhood system providers. And so you can see here up on the slide, we have specifically, you know, our directive under Section 304 of the Fair Start for Kids Act calls for us specifically to provide supports to aid eligible providers in providing trauma-informed care. And you can see up top here, we have the providers who are eligible for supports articulated. And you may note that we have a pretty comprehensive list of providers. Specifically, we have family, friends, and neighbors itemized here, you know, early achievers, coaches, specifically contractors or providers for ECAP, et cetera. So it's a pretty comprehensive group of folks who will receive supports through the Fair Start for Kids Act Section 304, which is super exciting for me. And I will tell you too that specifically what the legislature has asked us to do, these supports may be used for the following, and we actually have the bulleted items here. But interestingly, the legislature has said that we may use supports specifically to provide additional compensation for individual staff who have an infant and early childhood mental health or other child development specialty credential. So that leaves the door open to a conversation with our community partners about what those credentials could look like specifically. And we did just have our first meeting of an internal and external advisory group here last Friday. So we're just now kind of getting cooking in this process of getting input from folks. And we'll be really excited to hear from you about your ideas about what specialty credential, for example, could be helpful, right? Could it be a specialty credential, beyond the infant and early childhood mental health? It could be something else, broadly, it could be a trauma-informed care credential. Also the legislature has opened up these supports to be used for trauma-informed professional development and training. And also the purchase of screening tools and assessment materials. So some of the questions we'll be asking our partners specifically is that, what kind of screening tools or assessment materials could be helpful for you? Also, we'll be opening up a conversation with our partners about supportive services for children with complex needs offered as fee-for-service, which are typically offered as fee-for-service within local communities. So as you can see, we have so much potential here, and it's a really exciting, I think, opportunity for us to grow supports for providers and to better serve families with a trauma-informed approach. And so this gets at some of the community conversations that we'll be having. And the next slide, we continue this theme as well, specifically, to further key principles of trauma-informed care. And we have the key principles of trauma-informed care here in the slide specifically. Those principles are safety, trustworthiness and transparency, peer support, collaboration and mutuality, empowerment, voice and choice, and equity. So our efforts here are really to align with key principles of trauma-informed care. And so I'll talk a little bit more about how we're doing that here in a moment. But to further these key principles, specifically what DCYF is working to do is to, one, develop priorities based on the legislation and the community insight, the insight that we gain from folks like you specifically. And to also create an approach for delivery of supports guided by that, that community insight again, right? And then eventually we'll be developing policies for implementation as well, based on this, iterative process that we're engaging in that Kelsey referenced, and kind of going slow at the beginning and then ramping up as we learn more about how our supports are working. And with that too, I'm going to segue specifically to the next slide. I think we're a couple of slides away here on the screen. Can I have the next slide, please? Actually, sorry, Chelsea, is that you running the slides? Maybe let's go back. Let's go back one more just so folks can see those trauma-informed principles. I got a little ahead of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I want to just highlight again. So I was rattling off the key principles of trauma-informed care. One of our things that we're working on here is to provide information for folks as broadly as possible about what trauma-informed care is. Like, what does it really look like to be trauma-informed? We have a lot of discussion, even at the legislative level and at the federal level, and even among providers about wanting to be trauma-informed, but there still remains some uncertainty about what that really looks like. And so just to highlight that what we're deeming as trauma-informed comes from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Association specifically, and they've articulated a lot of really powerful guidance about what it looks like to be trauma-informed within systems. And so just to highlight the fact that we are drawing from SAMHSA guidance specifically to help guide our efforts going forward about how to craft trauma-informed approaches with providers. And again, that's something that we'll be working in partnership specifically with providers to further hone exactly what that looks like on the ground. I can say, for example, with the key principle of safety within a trauma-informed approach, what that looks like in early childhood is oftentimes what you folks are already doing specifically, making sure you're at eye level with kids when you talk to them, making sure that you have smooth transitions specifically, that things don't just surprise people. So oftentimes providers are already engaging in trauma-informed supports and maybe haven't itemized or pinpointed them as such. So just to backtrack a little bit on where we were at there. And then, so with regard to we can go forward to that next slide, please, Chelsea. And so to kind of continue the theme of something that we've been talking about throughout this meeting is cultivating, partnerships with our community, providers and families, et cetera. Some of the strategies that we're utilizing to do that are articulated here on the screen. And you've heard already some discussion about how we'll be engaging in equity design teams, et cetera. So that's one of the strategies we'll be using as we work to discern how best to infuse trauma-informed supports within early childhood. So we'll be engaging those equity design teams. We'll be utilizing liberatory design as well, which is, I can tell you, I'm in training for liberatory design right now, and it's a great approach to address equity challenges specifically within, systems, and to change efforts within these complex systems. So we're utilizing currently liberatory design to guide our work so we can better incorporate your voices within our efforts. And so to ensure a diverse group of providers and families are represented in decision-making specifically around our efforts to grow trauma-informed supports, we'll be regularly convening an advisory group coming in fiscal 2023. And, actually, we already started that advisory group. I'm sorry, last Friday, we started convening that, and we'll continue those efforts. And then within fiscal 23, we'll be building a equity design team as well to continue advising us on how best these trauma-informed supports should be infused within early childhood. And then again, echoing kind of what Kelsey was saying too, is we'll be rolling these supports out slowly so we can consistently touch base with our partners to make sure, that we're on point, and if we're not on point, we can make adjustments and continue to do quality improvement efforts. So this is really something that we'll be phasing up in a really incremental way, so we don't, so we can continue monitoring our work going forward to make sure we're hopefully hitting the mark and doing this effort. And then moving on a little bit here, we'll be developing and delivering those trauma-informed supports and phases. As I said, we have the equity design team on deck, and we will provide additional information for you folks about our advisory groups as well. I just saw a question pop up. I'm happy to share members of that advisory group and invite you folks to participate in our ongoing efforts to craft these supports as well. And then, moving forward to the next slide, Chelsea, please. I want to also note that we've been working to make sure our efforts to infuse and grow trauma-informed care supports are aligned with our existing, administrative code, performance standards, et cetera. So we are not recreating any wheels. As opposed to that, we're actually building on a really strong foundation here that we have. So the DCYF team specifically is working to make sure we're aligned by doing a handful of things. Specifically, we're evaluating mechanisms to provide additional compensation for providers and staff who earn specialty credentials. So you remember that in the beginning, I was talking about how these supports may be used to provide specialty credentials to providers and staff. And so those individuals and providers specifically who achieve additional education in this realm stand to benefit through compensation, financial compensation. One of the things we're trying to figure out is exactly how should that compensation be provided. And so those are some questions that we'll be having going forward, some dialogue that we'll be having going forward. We're also reviewing existing performance standards and administrative code to ensure our new trauma-informed care supports are aligned with our existing regulations and guidance. Again, just to make sure that we're not trying to just grow something out in left field. We're actually trying to work to make sure everything is aligned here. We'll also scaffold our training options to grow knowledge of trauma-informed care approaches among our early childhood workforce specifically. So our existing curricula, as you folks may be aware, is actually very rich in social emotional education and social emotional work. And also, as I was noting with trauma-informed care, we have a lot of stuff that really is rich in trauma-informed care education for our providers. So we will be continuing to utilize that existing curricula and then, tweak it to maybe strengthen it to make it a little bit more trauma-informed as we go. And then also something that I should note is DCYF's pyramid model curriculum launch is slated for this coming summer. And it constitutes one new trauma-informed professional development cornerstone as well. And I'm always happy to speak with any of you after this meeting too, to talk more in detail about any of this stuff, because I realize we're kind of cruising through it pretty quick. We're also working with stakeholders on the ways to decide how best to harness the Fair Start for Kids Act Section 304. So as I've noted several times during this particular presentation, we'll continue to work with providers to talk about how we can grow screening and assessment options, another specific bullet within that Section 304. And in the months ahead, we'll also be working with community partners to identify strategies for growing supportive services for children with complex needs. So we have another little pocket of work we'll be supporting children with complex needs, specifically through our Section 304. So hopefully I didn't cruise through that too fast. I'm happy to hear questions from you folks. And I know I think we tried to set aside some time at the end of this to answer questions. Anything really bubbling up for folks before I have Athena jump in? Any really pressing thoughts or questions to share?
Yeah, this is Susan Brown. I have a question, or I mean, I'm hearing all this talk of credentials for this and that, and it's like you're having this conversation in a bubble, because the reality is many of us are actually in ratio in programs, unable to find staff. And so although these are great ideas, they don't fit with the reality of where we are right now. We already feel as though there's all this pressure to get education when we can't compensate people, for that education. So I'm wondering who's coming up with these ideas and not factoring the reality of where we're sitting right now as a consequence of the pandemic. It's very disconcerting to hear this, it's like a conversation in a bubble and not in the real world. So I just would like to know what the thinking is about how this can actually be accomplished when there isn't staff and there are closed programs and closed classrooms, et cetera, right now.
Yeah, no, Susan, I hear where you're coming from. I can tell you where it originated was with the legislature. This is written into the Fair Start for Kids Act, specifically Section 304. So that's where this idea most recently came from. There were work groups before that which made recommendations about infusing trauma-informed care supports. With regard to I hear that you're in a really, you can't hire people. I'm listening to what you folks are saying at the beginning of this conversation. Right now you're doing interviews, and holy smokes, this is a really hard time. The idea behind trauma-informed care supports specifically is to alleviate some of that burnout and to alleviate some of the strain on you. We do know from some research on trauma-informed care that it does increase workforce satisfaction, for example, which, decreases turnover. So the idea here is to strengthen the workforce, not to deplete it. And so I really appreciate where you're coming from. And, I don't have a magic bullet for you, but our intention here, and the intention I think from the legislature, is to bolster the workforce, to support the workforce, and not to deplete it. And Susan, I would be happy to talk to you more after this. I feel like we're so rushed. I want to talk through these questions and address them.
Would you be able to tell me if trauma-informed care will also extend to school districts? Because oftentimes kids are missed in the school district aspect, or services that we're offering aren't continued when they hit kindergarten. And then I'm backtracking with CPS workers to get a counselor for a child. I feel like trauma-informed care needs to start also in the CPS system, because many kids don't have a counselor ever assigned to them until I push for it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. And I can tell you we're working in alignment with OSPI currently with that pyramid model launch. And so we are working to grow our alignment. And the pyramid model, as I noted very quickly earlier, is very much infused with trauma-informed approaches. And so we're working to continue our collaboration with OSPI through the pyramid model work. And I'm spending a lot of time with those folks trying to even align our data, the way we think about data and stuff like that. With regards to CPS, I can't speak for CPS. I can tell you I have been talking with them about ways to grow specifically their trauma-informed efforts. So we are increasingly working to collaborate across systems in that domain. And so I'm happy to talk through any of this stuff more with you at any time. I love to talk about trauma-informed care. So I think there's a lot of value to this, and I understand your questions in light of the strains upon you. So I value the chance to talk with you more. With that, I really need to have this go to Athena, however, because we're just about out of time, and I want to make sure I allow time for my colleague Athena to talk about dual language supports. But just to reiterate that I'm always happy to chat with you more about any of this stuff, to talk through questions, concerns, etc.
All right, shall I jump in then?
Yeah,
All
go
right.
ahead and take us away. Yeah.
Okay, can we advance the slide, please? So my computer is going to shut itself down in 5 minutes, but I'm still logged in from my phone, so I'll be able to still talk through this, but I'm going to try to be quick about it. So my name is Athena. I am the dual language coordinator over at DCYF. Please advance the slide. And I am here to share with you about the dual language designation legislative directive. So under Section 305 of the Fair Start for Kids Act, DCYF is working with an advisory group to establish a designation that will ultimately provide subsidy or grants to ECAP, early ECAP, and licensed or certified providers who are accepting state subsidy. Funding from this act can be used to increase wages for individual staff who provide bilingual instruction, for professional development and training, curricula and materials, or any other related expenses. And then at the end of this presentation, we are going to share a slide that shows you all of the folks who are on our advisory group for dual language. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry, I have to take a breath because I was getting nervous about my computer shutting down. So, all right, so yes, like I said, we are working with an external advisory group. We are also working internally to complete different deliverables for the designation process. So externally, the dual language advisory group is a collaborative process, and it does include a bunch of folks all across the state. This external team is focused on building the criteria for a dual language designation, as well as the pathways and supports required to meet the designation. Internally, DCYF will determine the procedures for implementing the designation in a way that is cohesive with other funding opportunities through the Fair Start for Kids Act and with our learning systems. Next slide, please. So this advisory group started coming together in August, and it took a while to get us all together, but we met in December for the first time, and we've also met in February and March, and we'll meet twice more in April and in May. In December, we identified the milestones for establishing a designation, and in our first 3 meetings, we've identified designation priorities with the group. We co-designed a provider survey, of which we currently have over 100 responses. The group also identified possible uses for this year's dual language funding and began the process of co-designing designation standards that align with DCYF's priorities and plans, as well as local and nationally recognized dual language resources, and that does include OSPI as well. The remaining items for this external advisory group is to put together a family focus group, put together a provider design group, come up with messaging to coaches, which we've already been drafting, to identify training opportunities for the designation, and then finally to establish the designation by or before June 30th. And then next slide, please. And so, like I said, we do have many partners involved and engaged in this work, and we do want to send a huge thank you to all of those who are contributing. If you look on the screen, you will see all of the organizations that have been a part of the Dual Language Advisory Group, as well as the Trauma Informed Care Advisory Group. And this is my final slide. I know I went really quickly. I have a minute and a half left before my computer shuts itself down. So I would like to open it up for any questions related to dual language, but also if we could go to the next slide, please. We do have an opportunity for you to tell us what we want to know from providers when we do bring them together. I know that a Jamboard link will be sent through the chat for you to share some of those ideas, and I can also look at the chat myself and see if I can answer some of those specific questions. So yes, I am here to ask for collaboration with this group, and I do believe that's what the Jamboard will be for. I'm not sure who's holding the link right now, but if you could share that, that would be great. All right. And then so if we open up the Jamboard, we can see, I'll give you a few seconds to open it. Oh my gosh, I have 25 seconds. We have 3 pages on the Jamboard. And each of the pages have different questions that we would love to have your feedback on. We'll share our screen so that you can look at it on our screen, but also the link is there. And I have 5 seconds. So I'm still connected on my phone, but thank you all for listening to me. I will type my email address in the chat if you have any questions for me.
Thanks, Athena. And I know that we're at our time, so I don't, Erin or Deanna, we can always keep this link like live or whatever, and people can put their thoughts and whatnot in it after the fact, if that's helpful, because I know we have time, we're at time right now. But I do want to thank everybody so much for all your really thoughtful questions. I know we sped through things really quickly, and I'm thinking, I'm really thinking about what we can bring next time to be able to have more deeper conversations about topics, so it doesn't feel like we're speeding through everything. But we'll make sure to get questions and answer those for a follow-up as well. I know I see that we're at about 10:30. So thank you everybody for putting your thoughts and questions in the chat, and we'll make sure to follow up, and we can keep this link live too.
Thanks, Mallory. And regarding the Jamboard, I see Matt and Simon are here for the next item, but if you guys are able to maybe give it 5 minutes, Matt, would that work? I would like to give members just at least a few minutes. Cool, thank you. I would like members to get at least a few minutes to input some feedback in the Jamboard. And then we will also be sharing the Jamboard link with a follow-up email. So to give additional time if people need to complete their feedback. So if that works for everybody, Chelsea, why don't we won't be doing any breakout rooms, but if everybody just wants to take the next 5 minutes to spend some time in the Jamboard, and then we'll move on.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what this group is. I mean, I thought it was for topics to come to be brought as like ideas, brainstorming, bringing it to provider supports to gather your thoughts and see something that we haven't even developed or created yet. True collaboration. This, I'm sorry, but this feels like an afterthought. I don't have time to deal with a Jamboard later. This is already a packed day. That's enough.
Thank you for sharing that, Julie. And I'm, like I said, I'm realizing that we shouldn't have tried to pack 3 or 4 topics into our 1 hour. And so, that's something that we're gonna not do again, so that we have meaningful time together. But yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. And I hope that this space can be, it can be a place where we come to you all and you help guide the work that we're doing, like we did last time with the equity grants. So yeah, thank you for that feedback. Something we'll keep in mind for future.
Yeah, and thanks, Mallory, for sharing that. And thank you, Julie and others. I see some of the comments in the chat. This is Nicole. I think one of the things I want to highlight is I think some of these topics have come forward a couple of different times, and we did another provider supports meeting that was focused specifically on the equity grants, where we had asked for some folks to raise their hands to be part of design partners. And we really, I think, were wanting to honor the existing advisory groups and also think about how we broaden out some of our outreach to some larger design groups. And so I think it would be really great to hear how we might be able to tell the story more of the times that topics have been brought forward to provider supports or to ELAC, what would be helpful to see as sort of the thread through that. And then also see the comments about the time. And so I think we can do some thinking as well around how we make sure there's enough time to have some of the meaningful conversations, because I also want to acknowledge that you are making the time to be here today and really want to honor the time that you're here. So appreciate that feedback.
Nicole, I don't recall this particular grant talking about trauma-informed type of discussions being here. I do remember last time we talked about equity grants that focused on BIPOC providers. This is, I certainly could have missed it, but I try to be very present in these meetings. Even if I'm off camera, I'm still here and listening. So this feels like new to me. Not entirely new, but new as a topic for provider supports. And it was a lot of information. It wasn't a brainstorming session.
This is Susan. I have my hand up, but I'm going to just jump in. What I recall, and this is, I think, one of the problems, is that I remember at the provider supports, we broke out into session, and then we're at questions about all this stuff. But then it went into the black hole of feedback. Nothing came back to us saying, well, here's what we heard. This is what we're considering. And then we come to the next provider supports meeting, and here's the plan. So I think there's a disconnect in thinking just because we gave some feedback meant we were entirely informed as to what was the next step and what was going to happen. So I hear, Nicole, that you're saying that we were informed, but technically we weren't. We were given one chance to give feedback. I believe we were told that feedback was going to be collected through the end of February, but then there was nothing presented back or offered back saying, here's kind of the direction we're thinking of going. Did this fit with the feedback that you gave us? The pinging back and forth is probably the missing component to this.
Thank you for that, Susan. On the equity grants, I think one of the things we had talked about was compiling feedback from many conversations and putting that forward at the end of some of those discussions. But here, the opportunity to close those loops a little bit better. And then also just wanted to acknowledge on dual language that the legislation actually requires us to create a stakeholder advisory group. I don't want to take up too much of Matt and Simon's time. I do just want to say I really heard the questions about one, what is the role of this group and other advisory groups? How are we really utilizing this group? Julie, to your point around brainstorming, two, really thinking about how we can do a better job around closing the loop between meetings and making sure there's sort of a through line around conversations that have been had. And then I think the third thing is not being overly ambitious about what we can accomplish in an hour, and really thinking about how we can best utilize your time and the great brain power that is with us today to help us move some of these things forward. So thank you again for sharing all of that.
I just want to just to touch in, we do want to make sure that we get to all of our topics. Thank you, Nicole, for sharing on that. I do want to move us on to the next meeting. The Jam boards will be open, as I talked with Aaron on that. They said they were going to try to keep those open. So please feel free to continue adding any comments into those. We definitely are hearing that, and we'll take that as the feedback to the group of how we can better utilize these times. But I do want to move us on and just to make sure we do have a full day today, and I want to make sure we get to everybody. So the next presenter, the tri-chair, Renee, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks, Brian, and getting us back moving forward. Next up is a cost of care study, and I have the excitement of being able to share that DCYF's Child Care Administrator Matt Judge and Simon Workman from Prenatal to 5 Fiscal Strategies, they're going to provide us an update on the cost of care study. And of course, throughout, please type your questions and comments in the chat, and that once the presentation is over, that they're going to do their best to answer all the questions and any additional questions that kind of come up. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. This is Matt. Thank you for the time today. I want to be sensitive to the conversation that was just had about providing feedback and just be very clear that today this is an opening piece of this work to get the provider supports group up to speed, if you're not already, about what's going on with the cost of care study, so that we can facilitate that feedback happening either offline or at a future meeting. And I guess the feedback that you might be interested in providing today would be around how you expect to see that happen, or your suggestions for making that happen. So there's a bit of material here, so I'm going to try to move quickly and make sure that you have time for questions and that feedback. Next slide, please. So I'm hoping here to lay that foundation by providing a background, making sure that you have information on what the project's purpose is and what Early Learning Advisory Committee's role might be, let you know about our timeline and current status of this project, and talk about those next steps. And that might be a good place to think about what you would expect to see in terms of providing feedback on this work, and then provide you some time for questions. Next slide, please. So just to start from the very beginning, some of you might be very familiar with this project through other groups, but I want to make sure that everyone is. When I'm referring to CCDF here, of course, I'm talking about the Child Care and Development Fund, and that's a federal grant that all the states and territories and lots of tribal nations receive to establish child care in their states, and maybe the centerpiece of that might be child care subsidy programs like Working Connections in Washington State. As part of receiving those funds, we're required to abide by the CCDF rules. And one of the many rules is that we set our Working Connections subsidy rates based on a valid methodology. And the most common one is a market rate survey, where you ask providers what they charge private paying families for child care services, and then set your rates according to those. But in recent times, I think that the feds and all the states and across the early learning field, we've come to understand that just knowing market rates doesn't necessarily inform you about what's necessary in terms of subsidy base rates to support providers providing care based on requirements in licensing for health and safety and other topics. And as the case may be in Washington, where participation in early learning or early achievers is required. So CCDF does give space for alternative methodologies to the market rate survey, and that's what we're looking at with this cost of care study. So currently, as you might know, base rates in the subsidy world are set according to a market rate survey, the most recent one we completed in 2021. But the legislature has directed DCYF to move from that market rate survey to what's called a cost estimation model by 2025. This is a model that looks at what does it cost or what kind of resources does a provider need in order to provide care based on provider type, child age, geography, and according to the licensing requirements and early achievers standards. And that constitutes what CCDF considers an alternative methodology. So we would be moving away from the market rate survey to a cost model for determining our subsidy rates. And just so I can be clear, while that is focused on the subsidy rate, there's certainly implications for the entire early learning field when we are gathering information from providers about what it costs them to do their work. And that has impacts on the private pay world and all across early learning. Simon, is there any other background that you might suggest that we provide here, or anything that I misstated?
I think the only thing I would add, Matt, and good to be with you all today, is that 2 places so far have already started implementing this alternative methodology. It's been something you're allowed to do under CCDF for a few years now, but District of Columbia did it, New Mexico just started doing it last year, and a lot of the federal childcare proposals that are on the table right now, Build Back Better, and on the CCDBG proposed reauthorization that Senator Scott put in play, proposed a couple of weeks ago, both of those proposals would require states to move to this place. So, you know, it's ultimately going to be a place where it's likely states have to do it. And so there's certainly a good fact that you as a state are trying to get ahead of that, you know, with this state requirement by 2025.
Thanks, Simon. Next slide, please. Who's involved in this project? You might be aware of the Child Care Collaborative Task Force. Department of Commerce and DCYF are partners in that work, and it also includes a lot of folks from the early learning advocacy and providers and different sectors where we've been working on addressing early learning more broadly. And so this is a project that is within that work. And of course, Simon and Gina Capito from Prenatal to 5 Fiscal Strategies are the contractors that we're working with. And we've worked with them previously on other Child Care Collaborative Task Force work, so they're no strangers to our state environment, and of course are involved in that work that Simon was just talking about across the nation. And then we're also fortunate to have partners on a more local level with the City of Seattle Department of Education and Early Learning and King County Best Starts for Kids. And both of those entities have an interest in understanding provider costs to operate their business and thinking about how resources can be suited to those needs. Next slide, please. So again, the purpose of the cost of care study is to gather both the financial and program information from providers. And we have several avenues for doing that. We recently released a survey and have had pretty decent response, particularly from family home providers, where they provide us that financial and program information that we can use to think about what program costs need to be supported for that work to be viable. And then there's a work group that was formed around looking at the survey, and some of the future work I think will be around understanding some of the responses that we see in the survey and how they apply or need to be thought about in terms of all the very different program models that we have across the state, you know, from those that don't operate in the summer to those that only operate in the summer, and everything in between. And then of course, there's a component of this where there are going to be provider interviews and focus groups where we, again, look at some of the survey information that we're receiving and have a better understanding of that, but also think about kind of how to understand scenarios that providers that might be typical of certain models of programs and how that might inform our understanding of costs. Simon, did I get that right, or is there any more you'd say about these different avenues for getting information from providers?
Yeah, I would just kind of reiterate that the model that will be built from this is only as good as the data that goes into it. And so a really key part of the work is making sure we're gathering information from providers across the state and really making sure we're hitting all the different types of providers that exist in the state, all the different regions of the state, so that the model is reflective of all the variations of the types of childcare that exist across the state. And then, you know, within that, we obviously are very conscious of the fact that providers at the moment operate based on the resources they have available, and the resources they have available are in most cases insufficient to provide the compensation in particular that they want to provide, and sort of other developmentally, you know, positive things. So, you know, everyone's operating on a shoestring budget. So one of the things we do as part of those interviews and the focus groups and part of that data collection is not just finding out current costs, but also understanding what should it cost, right? What do you need to be paying teachers in order to retain them? What do you need to be staffing your program at, et cetera, et cetera. So, that data collection is both the very quantitative of, the numbers, but also the qualitative of really understanding how childcare works and how you all as the professionals operating childcare, know it should be working.
Thanks, Simon. And so then the information that is gathered in those ways then informs a model, which is a tool where you can, do things as simple as changing the early achievers level affects the kind of resources that the model shows the provider would need to support that level. And you can do that across all kinds of different variables to see what different kinds of setups need in terms of resources. Policymakers then in turn, so maybe the legislature uses the model to understand the gap between the current rates, which had been set based on the market rate survey, and what the real cost of care is and where we need to go to in terms of subsidy reimbursement in the base rate in order to support those different kinds of programs. And then the legislature can set those rates. Those will be based on recommendations from the Child Care Collaborative Task Force, that's the C3TF there. They will make a recommendation to the legislature about implementing the model. DCYF then proposes new rates subject to the legislature's approval based on the model. And then also that model is used in collective bargaining when we sit down with SEIU 925 to bargain rates for family child care. Next slide, please. So this graphic just kind of, hopefully illustrates kind of the three aspects of this. There's the cost of care, quality care study that gathers information from providers about different programs and their costs. That informs a model where you can have a hypothetical program and shift around variables to see what it costs to support it. And then that is used to actually set rates, which the legislature has final say on. Next slide, please. So yeah, the things we're studying and some of the things that could, once the model is created, can be played around with. Staff salaries, benefits, ratios, staffing, those overhead costs like rent, lease, mortgage, utilities, and all the other things that go into operating early learning program. And some that are not even on this list.
And I would just sort of say, we are very conscious of the fact that personnel costs are, the major cost driver in early childhood programs. They're around 70% of total expenses, often we find. And so a lot of the study does focus on what should the salaries be, what are the benefits, and then of course, ratios and group size and additional classroom staff, et cetera, all kind of play into that as well in terms of, how many people you need. And a lot of the activities that are done, we try and turn into a time and then the money from that, right? So if you're doing family engagement activities, then how is that being staffed? What is the cost associated with that? Yes, there might be an actual family engagement cost of it, but we also make sure we're capturing, are you paying overtime? Are you having a sub to come in to while the lead teacher goes and does that? Or is the director kind of covering some of that time? And therefore, we should actually be talking about, you need additional floaters or something else. So, we focus a lot on there, but we also do collect data on all of these other sort of non-personnel expenses, and especially to look and see what differences there might be across the state in terms of the costs for some of these pieces.
I just wanted to acknowledge that there are comments happening in chat. I probably am not allowed to comment on collective bargaining as to center providers, but just wanted to acknowledge that chat's happening. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we've had some discussion of what might be included in the model, and through prior experience with the work group, made us realize that a slide like this is probably necessary, just so we're clear about what the model is and what it isn't. Baseline, fundamental importance. It needs to tell us what care costs now per licensing standards, per early achievers, so that we're setting rates according to what providers are already doing, where we're at right now. So I just want to be very clear that the model isn't an end run around, you know, changing requirements for providers. It's not a method for making providers do more, particularly as we've learned, as has been illustrated by COVID-19, that it's a struggle as is. So we're especially not into using this model to create unfunded mandates for providers, making them do more without resources. It's exactly the opposite. Anything that providers are doing across various models, we want to know what it costs to actually make that sustainable and realistic for them. So we're not using this to change professional development requirements, to change early achievers requirements, to make changes to licensing standards. It's really about understanding what things cost now and what different models look like in terms of what's necessary to support them, so that now and into the future, we can understand that if there are moves to be made, providers need to be supported. So again, while you might have an aspirational desire to understand what would it cost for all staff in a better world to be paid a living wage, this model isn't designed with the idea that we are going to require providers to meet a wage or salary requirement. It's just to understand if for childcare to look like that, it needs to be supported financially. So I hope I'm being emphatic enough about that. Simon, anything you'd want to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, you know, the model does not create policy. It gives you it's a tool to support policymaking. And so, you know, when you think back to that purpose graphic before, you know, the final bucket is the rate setting, and the model is the middle, is the giving a lot more information than you currently have from the market rate survey about what it really truly costs to provide high quality childcare to inform the rate setting. But on its own, it's just a model, you know, so it's the next piece of, you know, how it is used for rate setting where it becomes, you know, that's the policymaking piece.
Next slide, please. So this is maybe a potential area to provide feedback. So one of the reasons that we're here today is to facilitate getting consultation from ELAC, because it's a requirement, for one thing, in CCDF rules that we're not allowed to go forward without an alternative methodology first, without consulting with our with ELAC, and then of course we need to get the approval of the feds to go forward with our methodology, and that can't happen without ELAC's consultation. So just broadly speaking, there are 4 topics that we might be looking for feedback from ELAC on. That's interpreting the survey responses, things that we've learned in the interviews and the focus groups, just another lens on specific information that we get from providers. And ELAC can also provide feedback on example scenarios that sort of illustrate program differences and what a model would say about those different program scenarios. the ELAC can also talk to us about the different variables within the model, what's critical to be there, and whether the model really accurately accounts for different aspects of the programs. And then, of course, there's a report that needs to come out of the model that then goes to the Child Care Collaborative Task Force, and ELAC can provide feedback on, you know, the high level or down into the details of the report. So I guess I would look for this group's advice about how best to accomplish that, whether that's, you know, another meeting with substantially more time to talk through some of these things, whether it's offline or a combination or something else you might suggest. So I'll maybe pause for a moment if you have thoughts about that, and maybe Simon could provide more detail about how that might work.
Yeah, I would just say, you know, while this is a data-driven process in terms of we're trying to get a lot of data, there is a lot of room for interpretation of that data. And so, you know, the approach that we take with this and the approach that is sort of required under CCDF rules is that, you know, it's a very stakeholder-driven conversation in terms of, you know, how you interpret some of that data. Of course, you're not going to have a rate that is an individualized rate for every single provider in the state. So there is, by its nature there, you have to make some, you know, decisions about averages, about, you know, sort of modeling most likely scenarios. And so that, you know, that definition of scenarios is really, you know, there is not one answer to the question of what does quality childcare cost, right? It is, well, in what part of the state, what setting, what age child, right? All of these pieces. And so when it comes down to it, there are decisions that have to be made about, you know, which of the sort of things you pick in the model that you're going to run to sort of set the rates on. And obviously, again, it's not just one rate, you know, there's multiples, but there's some decisions there. So certainly when we have the model, some of these conversations are a bit easier because we can actually show you what we're talking about and kind of show you how things turn on and off. And so often that's a big point of input, is saying, you know, this is how it's working and kind of which of these variables do you want to turn on and off to have some scenarios to run in the report. Now, it is a living, breathing model that it's not a one point in time. It's a, you know, you will continue to be able to refine and run different scenarios. But obviously, you know, to Matt's point, you at some point have to write a report. And so for that, you do have to run some numbers. And I did drop a link in the chat to a study we did last year in New Mexico that kind of is a similar study. And so, you know, just to sort of see what we're talking about in a little way of that first part of developing the model prior to the rate setting.
I have a couple of questions. Well, one, I think we should probably have you or both of you back because this isn't enough time, but I'm wondering to Simon, if he's been involved in a national level, has he seen any true change in investment into compensation anywhere? And to Matt, I'm wondering if he's heard if the collaborative has decided to pick up the report that was done by the compensation technical work group. You know, we're all just looking for some movement on compensation.
So to the first point, Julie, so Washington, D.C. that moved to this model, you know, 3 or 4 years ago now, they have actually seen salaries increase. You know, I think based on the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, salaries in childcare there have gone up about 20% in the last 4 years, which is much more so than in other states. Now, you know, just the caveat I would put there, there's been lots of different movements in the District of Columbia around a few different pieces of legislation and more money going into the system. You know, ultimately with this model, you can set a rate with a salary level in there, but you also have to fund it, of course, right? And make sure there's enough eligibility to get you there. New Mexico moved to this model last year. They built into the rate a higher salary than was currently shown. It's a bit too soon to see if that has actually flowed down through to providers yet. And, you know, with COVID, there's been lots of other pieces coming through. What we try and caution on this is you can build into the model a higher salary, but unless the provider is 100% subsidy, they can't necessarily afford to pay that salary unless they can also get that level from providers, which is why you have to kind of look at this in a comprehensive way of there's the rates, but then there's also eligibility, and how are you expanding access so that everybody can afford, can access childcare at that sort of higher cost. For actually to get down to compensation levels. One of the things that DC has done with it recently is they just passed this pay parity legislation, and they used the cost model to help understand what would it cost to implement the pay parity legislation, right? So part of that thing is, as you're talking with bodies like the compensation work group you mentioned, that might be putting out a salary number, the cost model that you're going to get from this will also allow you to sort of see, okay, so what would that do to the cost of childcare on a cost per child basis, right? And to understand how much funding is needed to meet those proposals.
And on that question about the compensation, I want to make sure that I give you accurate information. So I'm going to connect with folks with the collaborative task force and get back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that we're up against the clock here, and it is time to move on to our next discussion, presentation. Tyler Farmer is here to talk about the diaper changing petition and the update between when he presented it last time, and then I know that it went out via email and he gathered a lot of feedback. So welcome, Tyler.
Hello. Thank you for having me back. I was here at the last meeting in February, and I'll give you guys a recap, and happy to chat more about this. So again, my name is Tyler Farmer. I recently had a position change within DCYF, so I'm within the DCYF Rules and Policies Unit, and what that means is basically I help the agency manage the petitions that come in, including this one. And this one is about the privacy concerns during diaper changing that was raised by a petitioner at the end of last year. And I've been working with this group now, this is my third meeting to sort of discuss the development of a draft rule and solicit feedback and move forward on proposing that rule. So let's begin. I have roughly 45 minutes scheduled. I think this conversation will be a lot shorter than that because basically I sort of want to recap last meeting and then show what the changes were thanks to all of the feedback we got, and sort of highlight the differences and then field any questions. So if it takes 45 minutes, great. If not, you get a longer lunch break. So there are two versions now of this draft, and I want to stress again that this is a draft. We are in the development phase of drafting new WAC language. And what you see on the screen here is version 1. Version 1 was presented to this group back in February. This is basically the first draft where we the agency, proposed some language for feedback, simply to solicit feedback both from this group, but also different stakeholders, family home providers, other center providers that couldn't make it, et cetera. And then we reviewed and compiled all that feedback to sort of see the underlying themes, the underlying concerns, see areas where we can improve our language. And I think we did. We updated the language, and there are some differences here that I hope you can see. And we certainly, to put it bluntly, we almost verbatim adopted a much simpler approach to this that I think better captured our intent that was proposed by somebody within this group. And wanted to point that out and also stress the importance of getting feedback from this group and how things change for the better and to create better rules. So if you look at your screen here, again, version 1 basically created a new requirement under section 0221, subsection 1A, let's see, 6. There we go. Go ahead and scroll down a little bit. And the original draft said, basically, a diaper changing station must be situated, arranged, constructed, or screened in a way that prevents the viewing of a partially or fully undressed child during diaper changes from anyone not affiliated with the early learning program as a parent, caregiver, family member, or recipient of early learning services. The largest theme that came out of this through the feedback that we received was that it was unclear about who exactly was supposed to be screened from seeing these things, and did that apply to people inside of the program or on the premises. And those were all very good points, and we changed the language because of those points. We heard that comment over and over again, and we realized the language was unclear or confusing, and we wanted to have a less clear and not confusing, sorry, we wanted to make it clear and have a not confusing rule. So that's the first draft. If anybody has any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would like to show a side-by-side of the second draft, the one that is revised based on the feedback. No questions yet, okay. And we'll try and do a side-by-side on the screen if we need, but you know, the screens are small, so I don't want to smush stuff to make it difficult. So what's the new language? What's the proposed draft version 2? So same title change, and then if you scroll down to 1, it's no longer within a subsection of a subsection. It is now 1E as an elephant, and this is the new proposed language. An early learning provider must prevent the viewing of a partially or fully undressed child during diaper changes by members of the public who are outside of the early learning premises. For the purposes of this section, members of the public means anyone not affiliated with the early learning program. So what this draft language does is it should clearly indicate that the concern is people outside of the premises. And we are not concerned with visitors. We are not concerned with interns. We are not concerned with people coming into the program, certainly not other parents. And being inside the program and seeing diaper changing, that is all part of the services that early learning providers offer. And although the petitioner very clearly did not want anybody, including other children, to see the diaper changing of a child, that for a host of reasons was inappropriate and potentially bad for child development, frankly. And so this version, this rewrite here, again, was adopted from a suggestion from somebody in this group and strictly focuses on people that are not affiliated with the program, members of the public, who can see inside of the program from off the premises. So little language shift here with hopefully a big impact. Hopefully it adds a lot more clarity. And again, our intent is very much to be as flexible as possible for providers. We're not saying you need to screen these things, you need to build a new structure, you need to, do this, that, or the other that could cost a lot of money and time and rearranging. It's simply anything that you can do to prevent a member of the public from viewing inside for diaper changing is the hole that we identified in our WAC language that we want to fill with this change. So I just saw one comment pop up really fast asking about tours. Travis, I think, is on the call and he can back me up here, but yes, somebody asked about tours. Is that affiliated with the program? I think the answer is absolutely yes. If somebody's taking a tour of your program with the interest of sending a kid there or for any reason, they would be affiliated with your program and therefore would not need to be screened. Yeah, so that's the idea, that's the rewrite. And I do again want to thank this group for your input. It made our rule better, it made our rule more clear. This is why we do this, and we want to continue working with this group to make better rules, frankly. and protect kids and keep them safe. So that's it for me. You're welcome to, you have these or should have these in your materials. You're welcome to ask questions now or read them and get back to me later. Yeah.
Thank you, Tyler. I think it's great. And I hope that if there are concerns that people will speak up now. I do want to mention something that comes to mind for me. I like the new language. I appreciate the change. I do wonder though, when communication went out via email to everyone in the state after the provider supports meeting, if it could not, maybe it could have been drafted in a way that said we're already going to change this language. I know a lot of people read that and went, wait a minute, they already got all this feedback and there's no change to it. And now they're sending it out and they didn't incorporate any of our feedback. So now we can see, yes, our feedback was incorporated, but do you know what I'm saying? When it was sent out via email, it looked like our feedback hadn't been considered.
Well, that's definitely something we should pay attention to. I may have to have you send me the email and sort of send me suggestions along with that to show me kind of what the problem was specifically. But yes, I certainly agree that we need to make our process clear with every communication and where we are in the process and what opportunities providers have for feedback, certainly. So yeah, if you can provide me the specific language you found confusing, I'd be happy to fold that into our next communication and make it more clear.
Sure. And I think Hillary's suggestion is really important there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hillary makes some really good points here, is that there are some specifics that this rule doesn't address. And there are two, well, one reason that has a lot of different facets to it is we wanted to make the rule itself, it needs to cover a broad category of activities. And the problem with anybody who was part of NRM may recall that the problem with identifying every single activity, like tours, internships, work study, et cetera, is if you don't identify something, then that can be read to be excluding that activity. And so we wanted to, instead of enumerating every single type of activity in this rule that this rule does not apply to, we will be following this up with educational guidance, sorry, not educational, with guidance resources explaining what this rule does and doesn't apply to, and any sort of technical assistance that would be helpful. The reason being is guidance resources we can write and change and update overnight. So if we think of something that we missed, or if somebody has an activity that wasn't accurately represented here in the rule, we can change that overnight in a guidance document. We can't do that in WAC. WAC is a very lengthy process. So by leaving specific examples like tours out of the WAC, it allows us to be more nimble, providing technical assistance through guidance documents. So stay tuned, those will be coming, but we can only develop those once the rule starts going down the rulemaking process.
Well, and I think Lois added some language there that's more general that could work.
Okay, and we'll certainly look at that. And that sort of dovetails into my next point, which is where do we go from here? So as I mentioned, this is still very much the development phase. This draft language has not been proposed for rulemaking yet, which means it has not been open for public comment. Those are the next steps. And so everyone here and everyone in the state certainly can and should add more comments during the public comment phase, which will begin shortly, as a way to sort of say, hey, change this language, change that language, let's do a tweak here. That's sort of the next opportunity for input. So you can either give us your input here, certainly, and we'll look at it. But then I want to point out that you can also do it during the public hearing portion of this rule, which again is sent out through our rulemaking listserv, and I recommend everybody to sign up on that so you know when this is open for public comment. And you can do that. Right now we're doing it completely virtually. You can submit comments through our website, or you can even call in and leave a voicemail about this language. So I definitely encourage people to submit comments then.
Please take an opportunity to unmute. If you have questions, now's the time. We have time for questions. Questions and comments.
And I'm just trying to read through the comments that were here to see if I can respond to anybody. Rebecca had a comment saying, it reiterates how helpful we are as a collaborative group. I couldn't agree more, Rebecca. Hillary proposed some language that we will certainly look at. As you said, Lois added some language that could be helpful, certainly. So yeah, we will log those in the suggested edits, and yeah, and then carry forward as well with the public comments. Let's see, who is responsible for making the decisions on complaints or changes requested? I might need to hear more about that. So Jen asked, who is responsible for making the decisions on complaints or changes requested? I believe you're asking sort of a licensing compliance question. Who would make sure that somebody is complying with this? Is that right?
I will just jump in if you don't mind. Jen is involved in a work group that we have within WCCA, where we are submitting petitions for amendment. We've done 3. And as you know, one was returned, declined as not having merits. And I guess we're all just kind of wondering, we wouldn't have submitted it if the providers didn't feel it had merits. And so we really want to better understand the petition process, who's making the decisions. For transparency, I'll just say the one that we heard back on had to do with paper records being allowed when, like we have to put in dates for CPR and TB and all of that into merit, and a provider can be written up if they don't have it in merit. Paper records should be allowed. And I know there was some data returned that said there hadn't been any compliance issues, and that was part of the reasoning as to why it was declined. And I would say, data's data. There wasn't any compliance issues. I believe that to be true. You showed the data. Yet at the same time, we as providers all know that we can be written up for it. And many of us have been told by licensors, you need to get that done or you will be written up for it. So we felt it had merit. DCYF didn't feel it had merit, so they didn't move forward on bringing the process here. And I know that Jen's question is related to that because she's involved in the work group and also wants to know more about the petition process and who's making those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And that is a good question. So I can talk about the petition process generally and sort of, what's exciting is out of this conversation about the diaper changing petition with this group is we are in the process of developing a approach to petitions, because I understand at the first meeting, this group was unaware of the petition process. And so we are trying to rapidly ramp up resources to explain it, work with this group and other groups about how to use it, and then as well as the internal workings of DCYF when we do get a petition. And we are trying to create a new system with everybody involved and petitions, because as mentioned before, it really wasn't a utilized sort of process with the agency or with stakeholders. We simply didn't get very many petitions. And so now we are getting more, and we're excited that we're getting more. And we want to do more educational work on that and coordination on that with this group and other stakeholder groups. So, sorry, I was reading the comment. I'll minimize that. So I can't comment on any other pending petitions right now. They're still being considered, but generally the way petitions work and the system that we're standing up to work and coordinate with this group and other groups is we receive a petition, DCYF does, through the rulemaking coordinator. And that's for any of our work, not just childcare, but foster care, juvenile rehab, anything that the DCYF has authority over for any WAC. And the petitioner can suggest to delete, amend, revise, or add a new WAC. And then depending on the topic and the subject matter, that petition gets routed to whatever division it relates to. So this petition, for instance, relates to the child licensing division, so licensing division of childcare specifically. And so the leadership of that division gets together to discuss the petition. So for this instance, it would be Luba, of course, Travis Hansen, of course, Judy Bunkelman, and then any subject matter experts that also need to be brought in to provide data or insight or just general information about the processes. And so that group then decides, along with researching other parts of the WAC to see if what the petitioner is asking for is already addressed, or if the WAC has a hole in it that needs to be filled, such as in this case. We look at federal laws, we look at federal rules, we consult Caring for Our Children, and various other guiding documents and resources. And then that group then makes a decision of yes or no, do we need to change our WAC in response to this petition? And then the second decision is, if the answer is yes, how do we change our WAC to address this concern? And then we start the development process like we did here, where we work with stakeholders. So it's not any one person. It is, to go back to the original question, who decides about changing the WAC for a petition? It is the leadership of whatever division it relates to, and whatever division has authority and expertise in that field. So that's sort of a general long explanation about how petitions are handled internally. We do want to develop a stronger partnership with groups handling petitions, and then also just reviewing and commenting on WACs as they sunset. Again, people may not know that there is supposed to be a 2-year sunset on our WACs, or at least a 2-year analysis, I should say, not necessarily a sunset, where WACs should be revised, sorry, misspoke. WACs should be reviewed to make sure that they are still accurately capturing what they should be capturing. So a process like that is something that we are trying to stand up and work with stakeholders to get involved with. So these are sort of high-level machinations within the agency that we do want stakeholder input with. Please let us know if you're interested. We want to develop this with you and create a system that works for stakeholders and children, of course. So yeah, this is sort of the springboard for a lot of petition processes development.
I think this group in general would be very interested. I don't know that you need to, gather specific individuals' email addresses. It just feels like a topic that if you came here, a lot of providers would be here and very interested in hearing more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. We will keep that in mind as we set this up. And certainly these are standing meetings, and for all the technocrats out there who want to get mired in the details of writing rules, I invite you. It's a super fun process. And I know a lot of people were involved during NRM and saw sort of the opportunities and challenges during that. And anybody who wants to get involved, we probably will be doing that. So absolutely, stay tuned.
Yeah, we'd like to hear more about this new process you're creating, as well as, although we do plan to reply to the email that denied our petition amendment request, you know, we're also interested in knowing what the official process is for appealing that kind of denial. So.
Okay, that's probably outside the scope of just this meeting and this topic, but we can certainly set something up to discuss that. Absolutely.
So we do have time for questions. Just remember to unmute yourself.
Julie, this is Susan. I have a question. I just learned something new. How widely known is it that the WACs are supposed, or the rules are supposed to go through some review every 2 years? Is this just me that it's new information?
I didn't know.
Okay, so then what's the process so that we make sure it happens and that we're part of it? That's my next question.
Absolutely. We will, so again, we will be in touch about that process as we stand it up. And that's something that we need to create in partnership with stakeholders. So it is well, stay tuned and we'll have more info on that. Absolutely.
So then if I'm understanding correctly, it's something that's supposed to have been done and isn't happening, or this is a new thing?
I will definitely have that conversation when we have more info about it and what we're going to be doing. But it's definitely something that we want to get up and running. So stay tuned is what I can say. That's sort of outside the topic right now. But it is something that we are moving towards as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, with all due respect, I don't think anything's outside of the realm of what we can be asking. This is something that is, I feel like every time you're here, we learn something that kind of blows our minds. When the 2019 WACs, you know, were negotiated, and then we all, you know, had the new WACs, there hadn't been an update in a long time. So I don't know when this 2-year thing happened, but, you know, we've often been told WACs can't be changed without an NRM process. And we brought that to you last time, or one of the times you were here, and asked if, because the PEG, the Parent Advisory Group, and the Provider Supports Groups didn't exist back when NRM happened, wouldn't they be easily the pathway to WACs being, you know, amended or redone this time? There wouldn't have to be a negotiated rulemaking process. And I remember you saying, yeah, that's great that these groups now exist under community engagement. I think, yeah, I think this group would be really, this is what we live in and day out in our centers. These are the annoyances that, you know, Laura over in Yakima complains about the lids on garbage cans all the time. I mean, it's something, there's things that are everyone's pet peeves that affect all of us. And if you want to talk about WACs and the ability to amend and fix and collaborate, we are here for it.
Excellent. That is also why we were here, and we know there is room for improvement in a lot of ways. And so we are happy to work and coordinate with these groups to improve our processes. And that's exciting. And I think today's example about the diaper changing WACs is a perfect way to showcase how collaboration on rule changes makes a better rule. I would point out to anybody that does have a question about the 2-year review law, go ahead. I'm going to put this in a chat, and you're welcome to look that up when convenient. This is where that idea stems from. And yeah, so like I said, we will be reaching out. It sounds like this is the preferred venue, this group here, about working on that process. And then obviously we're going to need to work with other outside stakeholders as well, family homes, SEIU, et cetera, on this. So
well, family homes are part of this group, and they're also, and we need to do a better job of actively inviting them. I don't know who would be the best person to do that, but we can talk within community engagement about how to better get them to these meetings. They're also involved in the Fair Start for Kids licensing group. But outside of family homes, center providers, the parent advisory group, I'm not sure who else needs to come to the table. Licensing is always invited to this group and often attends. Who am I missing? ECAP was part of NRM. And if we're doing a WAC review, they would show up.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, and I agree with all of that. We want to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table that is impacted or could potentially be impacted by this. And that is what we are trying to work on and set up and stand up going forward to do better and be more collaborative. Leah had a question. If the WACs are supposed to be reviewed every 2 years, when is the next expected review planned to happen? We don't know yet. So again, stay tuned. We are trying to develop this system and see how best to set it up and work with providers. So if anybody has any suggestions at any time, please reach out to me or the rules coordinator. Yeah, I will be heavily involved with this, and I would love to hear from and work with you to see how best to do it.
Would you be open to coming back to potentially our next meeting? I know that I'm overstepping community engagement, but if there's room on our next meeting or a future meeting to come back and have like a brainstorming session about this new process, who's going to be involved? Is that something you're open to?
Yeah. One, thank you for the invite. I appreciate that. Two, as I mentioned when I started talking, I have a new role in a new unit. I think the answer would be yes, that I would be able to do that. But frankly, let me check with my boss and see if that's something that I can put on my plate and sort of and run with and work with here with this group. Absolutely. So again, I'll get back to you on that. I need to check with my boss, frankly.
I'm not familiar with who your boss is, but we could definitely bring Lori Anderson or Brenda into the conversation. I mean, better to bring all involved parties, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great question. Who's my new boss? My boss is Brenda Villarreal, the rules coordinator. So this is very much in the wheelhouse of that work. Yeah, so I think this could work very well. So thank you.
Terrific. We'd love to have Brenda here. Thank you. Well, we are still there. We still do have 10 minutes. So, if you haven't spoken up, please do. Again, maybe Tyler will again blow our minds with something.
I'll just jump in real quick. Tyler, I agree with Julie. I've appreciated both times you come. You've been willing to answer a lot of questions, and that's super helpful. I may have frozen, but if you can still hear me, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
I can hear you, and thank you. Happy to be here and give a face to the agency in this regard.
Thank you.
So I will just cap this off by saying, keep an eye out on your emails about the diaper changing rule when it will be filed for public. That is called, the technical term of the form is called a CR 102. When it is filed, it will be posted on our rulemaking page. You can click on it, you can submit public comments from there, et cetera, et cetera. We will inform this group and the whole listserv of when the public comment period opens. And I definitely encourage anyone and everyone, if you still have comments, please submit them They don't only need to be negative. You can submit positive comments. We encourage that. If you do agree with something, that's also good to record. Yeah, and we'll carry on and keep working together.
Tyler, there is a question. I don't know what it's referring to, but Leah said, how do you determine who's a subject matter expert and where do you find those folks? I don't know what that was referring to because it was a little bit ago.
Yes, the answer to that varies depending on the subject matter, of course. So for instance, if it's a child care licensing question, then our subject matter experts will be found within the child care division of DCYF. If it's a professional development question, for instance, we would loop in Angela Abrams because she's part of the professional development unit. If it's about background checks, we would loop in different people, et cetera, et cetera. So it completely is driven by whatever the subject of the petition is.
And Tyler, just to follow up on that, thank you for that information. So the subject matter experts are within DCYF only, rather than bringing in outside people. That's what I was getting at. I made a note that you said, as part of the petition process, leadership of the particular division that the petition goes to come together to review the petition along with subject matter experts. And I was kind of thinking of like providers being subject matter experts when it comes to licensing rules. So I was wondering, are there people from outside DCYF that are brought in also?
The short answer is yes, outside people. The more nuanced answer is it depends what phase of of any process really, whether it's standard rulemaking or if it's rulemaking triggered by a petition. It depends on what phase. For instance, I would completely agree. Right now, we are still in the development phase, but you are subject matter experts on this diapering WAC, which is why we're here with you to craft the language. So it is not limited to DCYF subject matter experts during the development phase. Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Yep, Tanya, you are very much subject matter experts, and that's why we are here with the marked up languages for everybody to comment on. And frankly, you guys wrote a better rule than I did, so thank you. All right.
Oh, Jen put something in the chat just now. When a petition is denied, what are the next steps? Does that bring in different subject matter experts?
Yes. So again, this is more general than our topic here, but I would recommend, let me do a quick Google. If a petition is denied, and this is not just for DCYF, this is state government wide. If a petition is denied, I'm going to try and find the specific RCW here. If a petition is denied, then the petitioner may, let me read. They may appeal to the governor, and then it is in the governor's purview to uphold the denial or overturn the denial. And so let me send you the RCW and subsection. I'm not going to read it all because we have 5 minutes and reading the law gets really boring over Zoom out loud. This is the RCW that governs the petition process and the various steps.
Okay,
I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if the governor has specific WACs or resource documents about this specifically. I'd have to look into that. But I don't know what the governor does, their process.
So will the new process be different in that regard? Because, it doesn't feel great to get a letter back saying that your petition doesn't have merits when it's not being considered by anybody that is actually a provider. I think if we brought it here to this group, they would all find that there were merits of the petition that we submitted about paperwork.
I think there's a lot in that question, so I'll try to answer the various parts. We are governed by the RCW, and so we can't deviate from that process. And that's all within the Administrative Procedures Act, that's chapter 34.05. So the process that we are talking about is, isn't about the petition process. It was about the WAC review, ongoing WAC review process of the every 2-year sort of review rolling timeline. So that process would be outside of what I posted here, which governs the petition process. Sorry, that's sort of a technical response to that. I'm not sure if that was helpful or not.
Well, I think you said you were designing a new process for petition amendments. Or did I misunderstand that?
We are, no, but I understand that. We are developing new guidance material around the petition process to make it more transparent, and so people are more familiar with it, because our conversations from this group made us realize that this tool that exists and has existed for years is not something that a lot of people are aware of. So we are, the tool being the petition process. So we are trying to basically develop resources that explain that process and explain how we go about doing that process so people can have resources readily available. The petition, the steps of the petition process themselves, the large steps, are dictated by statute, and we can't deviate from those. So for instance, we have a set number of days to respond to a petition. We can deny or approve it. If we deny it, the law says the next step is to go to the governor for the petitioner. We can't change those steps because they're written in the statute.
Okay, so you're just talking about kind of a communication issue. You're going to figure out a way to better communicate and publicize the process. And I guess there's nothing stopping us from retooling our petition and resending it. So, but
yeah, absolutely.
There's some questions in the chat. Lois said, I believe what Jen and Julie are sharing is that merit feels very subjective. Oh, what part does Ross play in petitions? So if you could comment on the subjectiveness and then go to the Ross question, that would be great.
Okay, starting with what part does Ross play in petitions for licensing policy? Frankly, I don't know. I know it is brought up to the leadership of licensing. LUBA is aware of the petition process and is informed of every petition and every step of the process. If that is also communicated with Ross at that time, I don't know, it may be, but I can't answer that. I simply don't know. Have to select the child care providers, or do they have experience on the technical side? Don had a question about DCYF being child care providers. I would need somebody from the licensing field to answer this, to confirm this, but I believe a number of licensors and a number of licensing staff have been providers in their past. That's completely anecdotal. I just know people personally who started running childcare and then worked for DCYF. So for a more global answer to that, we would need to check with people in the licensing field.
Here's the thing. Whoever's reading and evaluating a petition for amendment, if there are no providers part of that process deciding whether or not to consider it or deny it, then it feels problematic, because it is, I think, going to be aligned with what DCYF would want to keep the WAC the same. The parent one, went through and had this whole big process, whereas a provider submitted one didn't get that process. And it just, I don't know, like I said, without having providers part of that table, it feels in the best interest of DCYF to just deny it. So that's where it's, you know, it's subjective, and it doesn't really feel like maybe a fair process. But I don't want to say it's not fair because I don't really know. Like, it's all a big question. We don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is why we are developing more communication around the process and more information to explain how it's done and the processes that the agency goes through with this. So again, we will absolutely collect your comments about this process and definitely continue to work with this group on how to make it more transparent, how to make it improved in ways that we can improve it or change it that aren't sort of constrained by the law, et cetera. So yes, thank you. The feedback helps us. There is a lot of variability from one petition to the next, and depending on the subject matter. So, you know, if any one person did or did not work on something, it's hard to say. The petitions themselves, the responses themselves should stand alone. They should and do explain the reasoning behind the decision. And yeah, and you are, if you, like you said, Julie, if the petition itself didn't quite address the issue that you wanted, or if the response didn't quite address the issue as you saw it, you are welcome to either submit a new petition or appeal the denial to the governor's office. There are certainly options there, and yeah, I don't know. I can't talk about any one specific thing. So there's a lot of variability for all of this.
Right. I appreciate that. And I know that, or I think that all of these questions are being captured for feedback to be hopefully answered in written form later if there were things that went unanswered. But we are over time. I know you thought you'd be out early, but we're now over time and we do need to break for lunch. We appreciate you coming, Tyler, and we hope to see you on a future meeting. But we do need to break for lunch and return at 12:30.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like I agree. Every time I come here, I mention some possibly archaic part of the law that people weren't aware of. And so then we can play a whole new game of trying to figure out how best to think about that law and work going forward and, you know, do better with our jobs, frankly, do better with the petition process and whack writing.
Right. Okay. Well, don't forget the Mentimeter guys to give feedback specifically on each topic, and we will come back at 12:30.
Okay. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
It's 12:30. Looks like our meeting's about to start back up. It's like, Aaron, should we give it a minute or should we just go ahead and get started?
Let's see. Looks like it's hard to tell with people with their cameras off, but I would say it's 12:31. Genevieve, do you want to maybe start in like 30 seconds, a minute? just give people a chance to log back on. All right.
Can you hear me okay? Do a little mic test while we're waiting.
Yep, I can hear you okay.
Perfect. Do you want to maybe go to the next slide? Maybe I'll cue folks that we're about to get started. Okay, I'll go ahead and start by introducing myself. So for those of you whom I haven't met before, I'm Genevieve Stokes. I'm on the government affairs team here at DCYF. My portfolio. I'm sorry, Brian?
I have, it says Mary also should be a presenter. Is that, or is it just Genevieve, or just yourself?
Yep, it's just me.
Okay,
so as I was saying, my portfolio covers all of our early learning division and all of our licensing division and sort of a hodgepodge parts of our administrative services division, including like our language access work and our public disclosure work. And I'm going to be here today doing legislative session wrap up and then also teasing out the process for how we'll be planning ahead for the 23 session. You could go to the next slide. Both Allison Kressinger and Mary Sprudy also work obviously on a lot of these items, but I'm the only one who is here with you today. So if we hit an item that is something that I'm less familiar with, it's not likely because most of what we'll be talking about today falls in under my purview, but I'm happy to take things back and to get more information for y'all. You could skip ahead to go one more ahead. Our legislative session ended on March 10th. This year was a supplemental budget session, which means it is a shorter session and they are any budget movements they make are meant to be tweaks and edits to the biannual budget, which is a 2-year budget, which they passed last year. They passed that in odd number years, although last year was kind of an odd year all around. The session ended March 10th. I'll note that it was a hybrid, like remote, and then it was like 100% remote and then partially in person. It was a very weird session, which I think ends up being that we saw a lot fewer bills passed and were introduced, and maybe fewer than in a normal year even, because things were just wonky for members. It's also worth remembering that in 2021, the legislature in that biennial budget invested heavily in the early learning space through the Fair Start Act and through federal spending. So that definitely came into play in sort of the decisions they made this session and what we were told to ask for. But we also had a stronger than expected economy in Washington State in terms of just the revenue coming in. So all of that together sort of gave us stronger and more positive steps forward than maybe we had hopes for going into session. So it all in all was a positive year from a legislative action standpoint. So what I'm going to do next is just go over some key things related to childcare and preschool and early learning that passed. I'll also note, I should have said, I am recovering from COVID, so I apologize. I'll have to like cough and try and not bring that too much on camera. I needed to cough and said that. So if you could go to the next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, we did not put forward a lot of decision packages last year. In general, in a supplemental year, we are not supposed to put forward a lot, and we were sort of instructed because of the investments in 2021 to not put forward a ton. We did have an ECAP decision package that we submitted, and it asked for 3 things. or it actually asked for two things. We asked for slot conversion and we asked for quality support rate. And we got both of those, and the legislature also chose to increase the number of total slots, not by a huge number, but it was still really meaningful since it was a supplemental year. And I think that is reflective of the strong revenue the state that we were in. I'll note I will be sending these slides around afterwards, so I'm not going to read every detail, but as you guys are looking at them, feel free to ping me if you have questions. So next slide, please. So I wanted to cover a number of other things that were funded in the supplemental budget this year. And so things on this slide, we feel like contribute to our agency's goal of creating a high quality integrated birth to 8 system. These were not things that we put forward, but they came out of session. So the legislature did fund one time some summer ECAP slots for this summer, and it was really tied to trying to make up for learning loss during COVID. Sorry about this. The legislature also provided for some expansion of the infant early childhood mental health consultation, both in general across the state, and specifically some funding to support tribal infant childhood mental health consultation. Julie, I see your question. This is for providers who are participating in our subsidy program. So any provider who's participating in Early Achievers. Excuse me. Okay, next slide. All right, so under our agency's strategic priority of improving quality and availability of provider services, we saw a number of things that the legislature put forward. Again, these were not, other than the first item, these were not things that we put forward. These were things that the legislature through stakeholders and others came up with on their own. The first item is related to a bargained agreement between the governor and sort of DCYF as the governor's agency, and the SEIU 925, which is the child care union. They had a bargaining agreement with us around a cost of care rate enhancement. And so the legislature did fund that rate enhancement. The legislature also funded enrollment-based pay for the last quarter of this fiscal year, so April through June. So that is already in process here. The legislature also decided to fund a subsidy-based rate enhancement for our child care centers for fiscal year 23. The legislature did provide funding for actually for backfill funding. We waived copays in 2021, and we had sort of permission to do that, knowing that we didn't have the funds for it, and so the legislature went back and paid for that pandemic era copay waiver. And finally, the legislature funded for a year, waiving background check fees for childcare providers. And I have a little bit more detail on that item, since I know that that's something that has been of particular interest of this group. So if you could go to the next slide while I cough. All right, so the budget allocated money to cover the cost of paying for individuals paying background check fees just for one fiscal year. So that this means that childcare and early learning background check applicants, including volunteers, will not have to pay any background check fees starting July 1 of this year. And the hope is that this will eliminate the this will reduce the amount of time it takes to complete the background checks. And so this is a really positive thing, and we think this is a really good step forward. Next slide. A little bit more details, just in case folks are wondering. It applies to anyone doing a background check in order to be employed at a licensed family home, a center, ECAP and Head Start, outdoor nature-based, and school-age providers. And as I mentioned, both employment and volunteers who are required to do a background check are included in this fee waiver. And so these dollar figures here are the examples of what the different fees are that are being waived. So the application fee that comes to DCYF, the fee to the fingerprint vendor, the fee to the state patrol, and the FBI fee are all waived for a year. I will say that more information will be coming out about this between now and July. We are still working out the details of sort of the how, because this is new for us. It's like, if you can imagine, the fingerprint vendor still needs to be paid, right? They're not just going to start doing it for free. So we're still working out the details of how this all happens. And obviously, because this is an impact on providers, the Child Care Provider Union has the right to bargain around impacts on this. So I don't actually have any more details. I wanted to flag that, but taking questions that I can get back to the background check unit. So as they're preparing their communications out, I'm happy to do that to be helpful. Let me just check the chat before we move on to the next one. Julie, did that answer your question in the chat?
Yeah, seeing it broke down like that. I hadn't seen anything saying that it was going to do fingerprinting, but when you add up the 3 second, third, and fourth bullets, I guess that's it. But what is the, what is everybody thinking is going to be accomplished in the next year to speed up the process, hopefully to like a 48 or 72 hour max turnaround time?
Yeah, so I can tell you a couple things on that. So one is that we think that this will reduce the time by like 5 to 6 days. So obviously that's not getting to what you just suggested of a 48 hours, but it will reduce the total time by 5 to 6 days on average. So this is one step in that process. I'll note that this is sort of a twofold thing. It's reducing the time and also hopefully bringing more equity into the system of not, paying to work, right? Someone having to pay this money just to try and get employed. I apologize. I will add this into the slides and before we send them back around. I forgot to note in here, there was a proviso that was passed that creates a background check work group, interagency work group, whose intention is to look at creating a revamping or creating a new interagency background check process that would create efficiencies and create more portability between systems. DCYF will be sitting on that, OSPI, DSHS, all the folks who, all the agencies who require background checks. And so that work group will also be consulting with stakeholders on sort of what is I think there are, as we've discussed with y'all, with ELAC and others, there are things that we as an agency can do, and this is one of those things with the help of the legislature. And there are things that need to be tackled amongst all of the agencies that require background checks. And so that work group is intended to look at what does the state need to do as a whole. So that's sort of the bookends, I would say. This is a very like immediate individual applicant solution here. And then there's the big system-wide solution that will be worked on through that work group. And I'll make sure when I send these slides around that I include in that proviso. I'm going to plead COVID brain that I left it off here.
I think we
So-
should have that work group get invited to this group. Maybe you could send over, if you know who are the contact folks for that work group, you could send that over to the community engagement folks.
Yeah, so I don't know who will be, so I know that it'll be run by the Office of Financial Management, but I don't yet know, and I'm not sure if they do, who will be running it, but we can certainly flag, we're a participant, we are not running the work group as an agency. So we can certainly flag that as we have some ready-made stakeholder tables who are eager to help be that stakeholder input. So we will flag that.
If you're not running the work group, do you know who is?
Like I just said, it's the Office of Financial Management.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was in the budget proviso, which makes sense, right? Because they oversee this, like the budget stuff for sort of statewide, all of the agencies. Since it's not one agency that has ultimate purview over this, we've really got to come together and figure out mutually effective solutions. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. And I'm also going to remind myself how much time I have until 1. Okay. So just a couple other things to note. As I mentioned, there were just not a lot of bills that passed. I think for particularly the early learning side, it was in all the time that I've been doing this, the lightest year that I've ever seen in terms of total number of bills even introduced and then bills that actually made it through. And so this is not like I shortened the list. This is really, for the most part, the only bills that have an impact on the early learning space, which is not necessarily a bad thing this year. There was a bill 1890 that took up recommendations concerning the Children and Youth Behavioral Work Group. If anyone is interested, I can get details on that. I do not have details, but if folks want to put in the chat or if they're interested in more details on what passed in that, happy to do that. House Bill 2068 created the Imagination Library of Washington program. Those of you who aren't following along, also known as Dolly Parton's book program. And so this is a program that is happening in multiple states across the country. There was there was almost zero direct funding for this. It will essentially, DCYF will be the convener, but really the Imagination Library program will be funding the work to get books into the hands of children. And the last one that I think is really important to mention to y'all is 5793, which changed the rules that had previously prohibited us from using state funds to provide stipends for participants in groups that are legislatively mandated or that are created by executive branch agencies, which we are an executive branch agency at DCYF. So this bill not only allows us to provide stipends for lived experience on participation on boards and commissions, it also sets out a process by which the agencies can offer these stipends. The important things to note is that the bill sets a cap of how much money can be offered. The bill also allows for agencies to provide child care and adult care reimbursement. And the adult care, I think, is really important for a lot of folks, and it's a newer thing. And importantly, all of the agencies who wish to now do this have to work with, so the Office of Equity, which is an office within the governor's office, is put in charge of coming up with like statewide approach to this. The bill, for very good reason, did not get into the weeds of how this needs to work. and has tasked the Office of Equity with coming up with the guidelines the agencies will need to follow, which is great. I think the Office of Equity, Dr. J, who runs that, is the absolute right office to think about this. They will be doing stakeholdering in order to sort of determine their guidelines, and their guidelines are due at the end of the year. Until that time, we are in a bit of a holding pattern in terms of implementing this. And I will note that that agencies did not receive like a blanket, here's a pot of money to do this with. So likely what will happen is the Office of Equity will say, here's how you can do it. And then we as agencies will need to go to the legislature and say, based on these guidelines, here's the groups that we think will have folks who qualify. Here's how many folks who qualify, and here's how much money we need in order to do this. So I just want to stress that it is not a situation where tomorrow we're going to start giving out stipends. We don't have the ability yet to do that, but it's a great step forward. And I think that the process that's been laid out in the bill is a really wise process. There's a lot of enthusiasm at all of the agencies for doing this. And this was actually something that agencies really pushed for and came together to say, we can't keep asking low-income folks to give us their time for free. It's not equitable, and it's not a way to ensure that we're bringing in the voices of those most impacted by the issues that we are tackling. So I think you've got a lot of buy-in from agencies on this. So I think it's very exciting. And we will certainly come back to you and ELAC and all of our stakeholder advisory groups as we know more, both about how that you can provide input on the guidelines, and then once the guidelines are put forward, what our process will be for next steps on this.
Genevieve, is the participants being low income, that is like a definite requirement or a possible requirement? I ask because there's a lot of people that choose to participate, whether they're volunteering their time or they're actually on the clock for their organization. And they show up to do the work because they care a lot. And while I can understand wanting to bring in folks that don't participate already, I also wouldn't want to bring in folks that, see it as a way to earn a check, just to show up and possibly not be one of the workers. We want people that are going to participate.
I'm not concerned that poor people are going to use this as a check. I think that that's a really unfortunate assumption to make, that someone who is low income would see this as a check. I think that it is a curb on government spending for wealthy individuals who don't need this. It's also a curb on folks, like there's a lot of advocates who are paid to advocate. And so I think there's curbs there, so that if you're already paid as an advocate, like I think of Ryan Frico, we all love Ryan Frico, he's paid to come to these meetings, right? So not paying on top of that. And it does set the definition of low income in the bill is at 400% of the federal poverty level. I think recognizing that federal poverty level is far below what low income really means in this state, given the high cost of living. So I think it sets the definition of low income at a really reasonable bar, but that is in the statute.
And I apologize, I'm not trying to equate low income with non-working at all. I just wondered if there would be some unintended consequences of only giving stipends to certain folks.
Yeah, so 5793 is the bill number. So I encourage folks to go in and look at what is already in the statute. And then what isn't in the statute is the areas that the Office of Equity will be looking at to develop guidelines around, so that agencies are consistently applying this, and that within agencies, we're consistently applying this, so that you don't have sort of arbitrary, like, I like this person, so I'm going to give them a stipend, or I don't like this person. So there's going to be some guardrails around it to ensure that it's applied equitably and fairly. Off again, sorry. that is my last slide on the 2022 session. I want to make sure, Lois, I think I answered your question. It's 400% FPL. I'm just reading the chat. Great, glad I answered that. All right. If anyone has any other questions about what came out of the 22 session, or if there's something you heard happen and like I didn't cover it here, I tried to capture the things that just I thought were most relevant to this group. But if there's another topic or a bill or something that you're curious about, don't hesitate to reach out, put it in the chat. I'm happy to, even if it's something I don't know about, I know how to find the people who do. So happy to dig in on that. Susan, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, Genevieve, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I'm curious. Some of what I've heard is that one of the reasons some of the things that came forward in this session from budget items for the childcare sector was that there is this belief in the legislature that childcare got too much money already or enough money. And I'm wondering if you have any insights as to where the breakdown is, because we're all still running at a deficit. Many of us used our whatever savings we had at the beginning of the pandemic. It's thanks to the stabilization grants that many of us are still here. I'm not sure why the legislature isn't getting what the real situation is, and wondering what your insights are.
Yeah, I don't think that the legislature isn't understanding that. I think that the legislature has a finite amount of money that they're able to spend. And while childcare is still struggling and still needs additional resources, childcare by far of any social service agency got the overwhelmingly the largest investment in 2021. When we look at our foster care providers, our behavioral rehabilitation service providers, when we look at the continuum of services, they did not receive anything near the amount of investment that childcare did, and those are equally critical to keeping children safe and healthy and reducing or undoing trauma, particularly when it comes to children being removed from their bio parents when there's cases of abuse and neglect. Not investing in those is dangerous, and we need to be doing that. And the legislature is having to balance a lot of different things. And as you noted, as I noted in another slide, the legislature invested another $100 million this year in rate enhancements for both family homes and centers. And I think, as we all know, it's not where we need to end up. But when they're making decisions about having to spend a finite amount of money, the fact that they did invest an additional $100 million just in rates when they invested so much last year, I think is an indication that they do get it. They are hearing that this is important, and they are making the choice to not spend that $100 million on another thing that could help kids. And so they're making those balances every day, but I don't think it's a good characterization to say that they don't understand it. They're just, they're doing what they can with what they have. And I think that we're in a very good position to go back next year and to continue asking to make progress on funding rates the way that we need them to be funded long term.
I would agree with that, except for the fact that I heard these words from people I actually spoke to with regard to this idea, because they're thinking Fair Start for Kids has solved the problem, so on and so forth. And I think there's just not enough, people are not well informed as to really how far Fair Start for Kids went or goes, and the conditions of the condition of the childcare sector pre-pandemic, which caused this significant problem we were facing during the pandemic and currently. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you, Genevieve.
Yeah, and I agree. We have a lot of work to continue to do to champion the needs of the childcare industry going forward. Brian, I see your hand raised.
Hi, thanks. Genevieve, I completely agree too. I don't think that any legislator is out there thinking that there's not a myriad of problems we have to challenge. And obviously, we do have a vision from the providing standpoint of making sure that we we meet the needs of that. And I think that Susan's bringing up a valid point. It's very easy and tractionable for some legislators to find very easy points and to identify that here's some funding that went towards a group. And you're right, I agree that thank goodness that we had this massive investment into early learning. We wouldn't be here right now. I think a lot of organizations saying that same thing. So I think it's not the mixed messaging piece, and I don't think anybody's doing that. I think it's from the perspective, it's just, we want to make sure we voice our positions too, is that the challenges that we're facing here it's dire, and it was challenging before the pandemic. So I don't think we're trying to discount anyone, and definitely not putting you in a position of saying that you have to validate the legislative side to make sure that they know that they have many responsibilities too. So I totally understand from that perspective. I also know that we are a group of providers here trying to find solutions that can better serve our families and community, just as much as you're trying to do from your side of it too. So I don't think anybody was pointing out and identifying somebody's limitations. We just want to make sure that we defend this side and make sure that there's a need to get it's not just about providers, it's about who we're serving, which are families. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that, Brian, those points are actually a really great segue for the next half of my presentation. So I'm going to move on, because I think what you're speaking to is that we got a good investment this year, somewhat unexpected, and it's not the end of the road. There's a lot more that needs to come. And so let's, I think we've been thinking about 23 sessions since before the 22 session started. That's how things work here. So I want to talk to you all a little bit about that process of how we're gearing up for that, and how we need to work with y'all to come up with those proposals for 23. So if you'll go to the next slide, the next slide is something I brought to y'all before, and just as a refresher of how we think about planning for leveraging our legislative opportunity. So it is a cycle. It is not a linear thing. We are constantly, like all of you who are participating in Early Achievers know, it's a continuous process, a continuous quality improvement process. And we have a cycle that really looks at, working with stakeholders to figure out what changes are needing to be made, thinking through how we go about making those changes. Sometimes they're things that need to be legislative, sometimes they're not. They're things that are under our control. We make proposals, we advocate for those proposals or we inform the legislature about sort of why we want to do those. And then if a proposal is approved by the legislature, we adopt it, but then we have to reflect on how that went and where the gaps are, and we keep going through that cycle. So if you'll go to the next slide. Some guiding principles for how we're thinking about our budget, and I apologize, ARL is the agency request legislation. It's the process by which we are able to influence laws. We are, and this is across the agency, not just in the early learning side, but we want to prioritize resources that focus on our core responsibilities outlined in DCYF's vision and strategic plan. We want to prioritize programs and services that reduce racial and ethnic disparities in outcomes across all of our systems of care. We're prioritizing prevention services and intervention solutions to keep children, youth, and families safe in their community and not going deeper into the DCYF system. And prioritizing funding for programs and policies that have demonstrated their effectiveness in improving outcomes through evidence-based and promising practices. So that's sort of our very high level sort of how we're thinking about making decisions about what we will put forward next year. Brian, were your hand's raised and you're talking, you might be muted. No, you're good. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, just a refresh on the timeline. So next year is a biennial budget, and this is a timeline that we've brought to y'all before, but there are multiple steps along the way for getting things to and through the legislative session. And right now we are in the sort of phase at the beginning of this line of of, excuse me, developing our proposals for next year. And I'll note, it's very intentional that this is not a straight line. It's a long and winding road. No worries, Brian. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Okay, next slide, please. So this is a little bit more detailed. I hope that this is visible to folks, but essentially, you know, we're in the phase, we've been collecting ideas. Coming to these meetings is how we collect ideas, coming to ELAC, meeting with providers. And we are in the process of sort of developing our list of priorities right now, and agency leadership is coming together and looking across the agency and saying, you know, what are the buckets, not exactly what, you know, what is the language that you're going to put into a decision package or request for funding, but what are the buckets? And so I can tell you that there's going to be a childcare sustainability bucket. There's going to be a childcare access bucket. What is going into those buckets is still to be determined. There's going to be an ECAP entitlement bucket, things that we have to do. And so we're in this phase where we're developing the list of policies, and then we'll be coming to stakeholders to start crafting the details of those policies. So next steps, or excuse me, next slide, we'll go into a little bit more of what are the specific next steps that we're going to take with y'all. I do not have any things to get feedback on today, but the plan is that we will come back to y'all at the June meeting and discuss the buckets of proposals that we think are going to go forward. At that meeting, we'll talk about like, what are we sort of for sure on? Like, I will say that we're for sure that we need to get closer to meeting ECAP entitlement. So we're going to have to do something like that. We for sure know that that we need to do something on working connections rates. So we're going to do something on that. But the details of those things are things that we're going to want feedback on. So we'll come and say, here's something that we know we have to do, we're being told we need to do. We're going to get direction from the governor's office on things that they expect to see. And then we'll talk about, you know, the how and the details and work through those with y'all in terms of proposals, knowing that we're balancing a lot of different things. Then we'll come back to y'all in either the August or September meeting. I think sometimes this group skips August, I'm not sure. But we'll report back on sort of how the proposals sort of shaped out. Proposals are due to the governor on or around September 15th every year. We have to submit our funding requests and our legislation requests to the governor. We don't get to submit any of that directly to the legislature. And then in the winter, the governor's office decides which funding things he wants to put into his budget package proposal and which bills that he wants to approve being introduced in the next legislative session. So during winter, we'll keep you posted on what the governor decides and what makes it into his budget, which doesn't make it into the final budget, but it's a good starting place. And then we will provide regular progress updates during the 23 session. So that's sort of our commitment to working with y'all on our 23 session proposals. Any questions about the process? I see that there was a question about how was the decision made to pay on enrollment and not on capacity. Enrollment is not going to help. So the legislature came up with the idea of doing enrollment-based payments just for these 3 months to just help. I think that their intention was to help with the hump of the transition from what everyone is fingers crossed, hoping that we're in a transition period of waning COVID. I don't know if we're going to see that. I think with the new variant to the Omicron variant, this is going to continue to throw wrenches in. So we're going to have to keep assessing that. But I think that their hope was that that would help get over that hump. But other than that, I can't speak to what the legislature's sort of thought was on that. It looks like there's some good conversation going back and forth about the mental health consultation. And perhaps that is something that Erin maybe might be a good topic in the future for this group to have a presentation on where we in CCA are on this, and to get input on as we're expanding, and also to hear what we're doing with the tribal infant early childhood mental health consultation, if you haven't already.
Thank you, Genevieve. This is Renee. We have about like 3 or 4 minutes before I think of the schedule. I wanted to be sure there's questions and that there'll be a definite time to ask more. Just wanted to see if there's any more out there.
Yeah, I've been going through the questions that are in the chat. Lois, I think your question is, do you ever invite community members, groups to co-sign budget asks? It's not against the rules, it's just not a thing. Like there's no, like we don't sign a budget ask in that way, but what we do is try and note which stakeholders are in support of an ask. And that is something that when we submit it to the governor's office, we have to list like who's in support, who's in opposition, who's neutral. And so that is a thing that we have, in the past, when there's something that ELAC and DCYF are on the same page, we have said like ELAC has noted that they are in support of this, and we have done that before. So that is something that we are always hoping to get to. And so it's not so much a co-signing, because there's no like mechanism for signing it, but that is the way that we would indicate that we're rowing in the same direction.
So then, Genevieve, I'm assuming that means that you would be, reaching out with the budget ask to maybe ELA or other groups to be able to get their feedback during the summer months before it's submitted to the governor in the fall. Is that correct on the process?
Yeah, so the process that
Okay.
you see up here that we'll take with provider supports, we'll also do with ELAC. There will be slightly different, like ELAC will also have information about home visiting and stuff, right? Like it'll be a little bit broader at ELAC, and we'll dig in more detail on things that are specific. We don't, but we can cover anything if you all are interested. And
Oh,
then
no, I'm sorry. I was
also,
asking about advocacy groups like ELA. At what point are they
yeah,
involved
I was
in the
getting
process?
there.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I was getting there. So we have a process like what you see on the slide that are for our stakeholder advisory bodies, because those are like legislatively mandated, in the case of ELAC, federally mandated. And so it's really important to us that we go to those bodies and that we make sure that we have vetted these ideas with those bodies. However, we know that there are advocacy groups who also, care about these topics. And we have, we've got a big, long, complex spreadsheet of all of the stakeholder groups that we need to go to, individuals, advocacy groups, et cetera. ELA is definitely on there. And we have timing of when we can go to them. We're trying our best to come to you and ELAC first, to sort of respect the formal role that y'all play. But, timing is always, it is what it is, particularly in the summer months. And so we will be going to those advocacy groups. If there's anyone who has an advocacy group that you're afraid we might miss, feel free to let us know. But the usual actors are on there, and then we're also trying to always find the non-usual actors, but folks who are doing critical work with specific communities.
I gotta just in honor of the time here. I know Sandra looks like she has a hand raised. I'm going to do it for one last question, and then we're going to move on to what do we got next on this? Renee is going to start the next one. So I just want to honor the time. Thank you so much, Genevieve. But Sandra, go ahead and if you don't mind giving us your question real quick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Genevieve, just a question regarding the subsidy rates that are set up. From what we understand, we'll be going to 85% in July of 2022. Is it already?
No. Sorry, you asked, are we going to the 85th percentile July 2022? No,
So,
the legislature didn't fund it in that way.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. Have they already determined when they're going to hit 100%, or is that something you're going to have to put into your proposals?
Yeah, so the legislature funded a rate increase for centers this year. It doesn't across the board get up to the 85th percentile. However, in statute in the Fair Start Act, it does say that they need to get to the 85th percentile. And in what they funded this year, they did say it's their intention to get everyone to the 85th percentile. So our budget ask next year will obviously need to include getting everyone to the 85th percentile. And, you know, long-term, we have talked about that is 85th percentile of the market rate survey. We have talked about, you heard earlier today, market rate survey, cost of care survey, yay. And so the sort of long-term progression is that this next ask will incorporate the 85th percentile, but then long-term, we want to be making rate asks and setting rates based on the true cost of care. And so that's the, that is the sort of progression of rate increase strategy long-term. And I will say that we'll have more information coming about in the June meeting, I would imagine, or in addition to these meetings, about how this year's rate increase will be implemented. I don't necessarily have a lot more details, but know that that is something that we are very aware that y'all are interested in, and the subsidy team will be coming to discuss more, and we'll be putting out communications.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Genevieve, thank you so much. I don't want to cut it short. I know any other questions that get put into here, we'll make sure we get them over to you. So thank you for taking your time, especially recovering after COVID. I'm so sorry that you had to experience that, but I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. It was very informative. So again, we will pass along any information any questions on here. It appears that we're going to have Aaron is putting up a Metrometer to go ahead and add to the survey here. And then again, thank you, Genevieve, for taking the time.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Brian. Are we ready? I'll go ahead and introduce our next, if we're ready for that. Right. So next on our list here, where we have DCYF's Assistant Administrator for ECAP Nicole Lohr and Pre-K ECAP Administrator Karen Gantz. They're going to provide some updates and gather feedback on the report to the legislature between OSPI and DCYF on early learning programming for children 3 to 5. So that's up next here soon. So, and of course, keep your comments and questions, in the chat, and I know we'll get to questions, I'm sure.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Renee. Really nice to see you and everyone else here today. So obviously I'm Karen, and we're really appreciative of the space that you've created for us today and the feedback we know that you'll provide to help us move this work forward. I know that the slide deck is pulling up. That's great. So our agenda today with you is that we want to be able to, Nicole and I want to be able to connect with all of you to be able to talk about year one of this work. So what happened last year, where that work is at, and then we want to be able to share with you what our current reporting requirements are that the state legislature has asked of OSPI and DCYF. We want to share with you our proposed focus. Today specifically, we are coming to talk with you for most of the time about the ECAP entitlement requirements that we have and some thinking that we have around that, and we want to seek your feedback on that. And then we want to talk with you about next steps and the places where we should focus our priorities in our shared work with OSPI. So this slide that Nicole's pulled up really shows a cycle from last year and illustrates the engagement opportunities that were implemented in the development of the year 1 required reporting. The graphic on screen represents the work that DCYF completed with ELAC and provider supports last year to the integration report that the governor required both agencies to complete in partnership. I want to acknowledge that last year there were some different people who were sharing this work and this information with you. They're here with us today, but I'm the person who's presenting today because the integrated pre-K work moved to the ECAP team in late fall of 2021. And the agency made this move because of the ongoing integration and inclusion efforts and partnerships that are key for the ECAP programming to be able to reach entitlement by 26-27. So I saw a question in the chat about explaining the difference between IPK and TK. So the report that is referenced here that's on the screen helps to articulate some of that. And you can find this report on the reports tab under our practice on the website. And hopefully one of my colleagues can insert a link into the chat for that so that people can access it more quickly. So what happened was the team last year took the feedback that they received from you and from others in what was then called the integrated pre-K work or IPK work, and they put it into this report that you see on the screen. There was a desire to move away from the integrated pre-K language because it caused confusion. Really what we're trying to do is we're trying to meet the requirements from the governor and now the state legislature for us to look at our mixed delivery early learning system in our state and pull together the ways that we can help create systems and processes that make it more easy for all of you as providers and all our providers in our mixed delivery system to be able to integrate and create inclusive services for all children and families. So this year 1 report did create some recommendations for near-term administrative efficiencies and some longer-term strategies as well. We're going to take a look at the near-term strategies here on this slide. You can see that the 3 areas of focus that we're moving forward from this year 1 report are creating regional and local level coordinated recruitment and enrollment partnership groups. That work is underway. We have over 100 providers and partners who are participating in that work with us on a monthly basis and providing input and feedback around what needs to be in a coordinated recruitment and enrollment system in regions and in communities to be able to feel like there's equitable access to children and families making informed decisions about the best early learning placement for them for services. Creating communication plan, we are currently working to coordinate with our partners at OSPI to really update our communication, our shared communication, and making sure that we have more robust dissemination of that information that I think helps to be able to create greater clarity. So that work is also currently underway. And then the last term, the leveraging current, or the last strategy, leveraging current evidence-based practices around quality and inclusion, that is happening in partnership with our partners at OSPI who are working to create more inclusive classrooms in developmental pre-K settings. And so that work is also moving forward as well and is part.
I know
Yeah.
that you read my question in the chat and asked if maybe there was a colleague that knew the answer. I mean, it's possible I'm the only one that doesn't understand the difference. I remember
Yeah.
somebody coming to one of our provider supports meetings quite a while ago, and we heard that in some cases, enrollment into this program could even go down as low as like 2.5 years old. And anyway, people throw around IPK and TK, and I don't know what the difference is. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
there's got to be other people that don't know either.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I apologize. I started talking about the report and the integrated work and lost track of the transitional kindergarten piece. So TK stands for transitional kindergarten, and transitional kindergarten is funding that school districts use to provide services to children who are 4 years old, who are, I mean, the way that it ended up starting was that it was for children who were on wait lists for early learning services in their communities, and they were not going to be receiving services. And so the school district that started this, which is Bellingham School District, then created this transitional kindergarten programming, and they use kindergarten funding to provide services to children who are eligible. So there's some sort of delay that they've identified that the child has that will have them starting behind. And so this is to help give them a little bit of a head start so that they're more prepared for kindergarten when they become kindergarten eligible. And the OSPI has oversight of that programming because they're using K-12 funding to fund this program. I mean, I guess it's technically a program. It's these supports and services, I think would be a better way for me to say it, for children in communities. There are a handful of school districts that are providing transitional kindergarten. There are many who are considering it and starting to move in that direction. The coordinated recruitment and enrollment work that I referenced earlier is intended for us to be able to pull information together from providers and school districts to be able to give the state legislature information around what needs to be in place so that the goal ultimately is that services will be implemented in coordination with local providers across our mixed delivery system. So family home providers, childcare providers, ECAP and Head Start providers, so that their enrollment is not adversely impacted and that we don't create an atmosphere of competition. And we know that we're behind on that. We have many Head Start and ECAP contractors and grantees that I know of who are struggling with enrollment now because of TK programming that has opened. And it's opened in ways that has not been in coordination. And so, you know, I'm just going to say we understand the problem that contractors and all providers across our early learning system are facing. And we're really trying to work through these legislative requirements now that we have to create some guidance that we can give to the state legislature so that we can really determine how we can manage this in the best way and make sure that we don't have providers that are out of business as a result of this. And I can just say that that's something that we also want to make sure happens with ECAP entitlement. We want to create pathways for family, home, and child care providers. We are actually creating pathways for family, home, and child care providers to provide ECAP so that you're not facing dwindling families and children who you can serve, and you also are able to take advantage of some of the supports that exist within that programming as well.
When you talk about TK, you could be talking about IPK. I don't understand the difference. I don't understand where the funding difference is. I don't understand which one has access to OSPI
Yeah.
money versus early learning money. And they all feel like they are competitive with ECAP and with childcare centers.
Yeah. Yeah, Julie, it's really good. I'm so appreciative that you're continuing to ask the questions, because I think that it can just help provide the clarity. So IPK is not a program. There's nothing that it's not something that it's not like ECAP. You know, ECAP is a program and it provides certain services. Head Start's a program and provides certain services. The IPK work really was intended to do what I said at the beginning, which was pull all of the different services in our mixed delivery system in early learning and try and figure out how do we make sure that we create pathways and we integrate this so that TK doesn't take over, so that ECAP doesn't take over, so that Head Start doesn't take over, so that people aren't put in positions where they are worried about being able to meet their bottom line. And I think that what we're trying to do is we're trying to pull a number, like when I get to the proviso language that talks about what our job is at DCYF and OSPI in the report that we're currently working on, I think you'll see they're asking us to look at a really, really wide range of topics that we are really going to try to break down in the most manageable ways that we can. And then we're going to, some of them are going to be, we're going to be able to go in much more in depth in this first report, and others we're going to be making recommendations to for further work moving forward as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we're not going to solve it all in this next report, and we're going to be saying we're going to have to do this work in an ongoing way for it to be meaningful, so that we really get the result that we all want, which is all of our children served by providers who represent the families that they serve, who are in communities, and who are doing this work collaboratively instead of in competition with each other.
Hi, my name's Susan Brown. I'm with Kids Co. And I have a question related to, so I've been doing this work for over 30 years. And I've met with legislators many times about, investment in early childhood education and school age care and all of that stuff. And I've always been told that our state constitution only mandates basic K-12 education. So how does TK or IPK square with the fact that our state doesn't mandate preschool or, and are we throwing in the word kindergarten to make it sound like it fits within the definition of basic K-12 education? I'm just wondering about that, because it's been used as a reason not to invest in early learning and put more money towards that from that education standpoint. And now it's actually being incorporated. So I feel like it's a double standard, and wondering how that's going to be, how do you square that?
Yeah, so the allowance of transitional kindergarten was approved by Superintendent Reichdahl at OSPI. So he is allowing school districts to be able to use their K-12 funding to pay for transitional kindergarten, this concept, this idea of using dollars to serve preschool age children. And there is, as you know, with school districts have a local control, and so they get to make determinations around that as long as it's sort of allowable within the state structure. And our state ledge is very interested in this topic, and they want more information about this, which is what we're trying to pull together in this next version of this report.
Well, I was told by legislators over time, though, that the only way to change that is with constitutional amendment, not a leader in a department making a decision. So I don't know, something doesn't feel right to me. And, this explanation isn't really clarifying the situation. I feel like something's not right. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Susan, that's a great question, and we're happy to share. In fact, the transitional kindergarten link on the OSPI's website does provide the statutory language out of 28A, which is the RCW that authorizes, K-12 and all things K-12 in our state. And within that language, what it really does speak to, it's a loophole that enables the superintendent and our districts to do this, which says that they can use kindergarten funding for early kindergarten entry for children who are essentially at risk, in their language, of, school. I think failure might even be the word. I wouldn't choose that, but I think you get my point. But essentially that is what allows it for, and I think what started as an idea to bring children in who weren't getting services other places for a short period of time to sort of try to get them ready for that transition, it became something that they were able to stretch to a little bit more than just a short period of time. So now we're at this place, and you're right, it does take a constitutional amendment to change what's there now, which allows this. So I hope that's helpful, and happy to share that link with you all if you haven't been on that part of their website.
Is there some kind of legislative language or something that you could give to us? It feels like we need to go after this legislatively. It doesn't make sense that they created this new system when that's what ECAP was created for. It doesn't make sense.
So it doesn't really, but I think part of this is the local control state Karen thing that Karen was talking about. School districts really have, as you know, the freedom to make some of those decisions. And this is one of those areas where they have multiple streams of state and federal funding. And this stream of state funding, because of that language, enables them to decide whether or not it's a voluntary thing, but they can decide. And if they prioritize early learning in their district, they can do this. What we are trying to do through this work, and this is where the integrated pre-K thing got thought of as a program. I totally understand it. But the reason we called it integrated pre-K is because the governor asked us to work together as agencies to think about how we can support districts and our community partners delivering preschool to work together around this, to try to figure out how we can use any of the funding that's out there to try to do this. And now we're at this place where we're starting to move towards some of that, as Karen described, with like the coordinated recruitment and enrollment, because we know that this will only change in a local control K-12 state at the community level through those partnerships. So Karen, please, I won't say anymore, but thank you. These are great questions.
They are, and we really, keep asking them, because then it will just help with greater clarity and understanding moving forward. I will just say we are trying to catch up to this. We have been talking about the problem of TK and our concerns about it, and the impacts to providers. And that was part of why the governor asked us to work together as a joint agency effort to be able to begin to address some of the inequities that are occurring in communities. And that first report, I think, does a pretty high level touch around the issues and what's going on. And we're hoping that in the second report, we will be able to get down into some more concrete recommendations and next steps. And with that, Nicole, I think I would ask you to move to the current reporting requirements. So on the next slide, you'll see that in this last legislative session, the legislature required OSPI to, they gave them some funding to be able to collaborate with us at DCYF to complete a report with options and recommendations for administrative efficiencies and long-term strategies that align and integrate high-quality early learning programs administered by both agencies and consistent with implementation of engrossed Second Substitute Senate Bill number 5237. So they are, and then they go on to tell us what should be specifically included in the report. And I'm going to have Nicole move to the next slide, because you'll see this is what our requirements are at DCYF. It's essentially the same language they're telling both agencies, you must work together, you must address this because we see that this is a problem, we're hearing that this is a problem, and we need you to give us a report by September 1st that will address capital needs, data collection and data sharing, licensing changes, quality standards, options for community-based and school-based settings with inclusive facilities and operations, fiscal modeling, and any statutory changes needed to achieve administrative efficiencies. We're also supposed to make links to the Fair Start for Kids Act requirements, and that really has us looking at the ECAP entitlement, which is, helping us really figure out the best ways to move forward in getting to ECAP entitlement. So that's the current legislative proviso language that is moving this second phase of work, which I am going to just talk with you briefly about now. So that is the second cycle. That on the next slide here, this graphic shows the short timelines that we're working with to implement the second report. Given the reporting requirements, we're really, like I said before, trying to have there be a broad focus. Hopefully, we're striving to have it not be as broad as the first report. We really are trying to articulate the puzzle pieces in our pre-K system within our state so that we can clearly indicate the choices for integration and inclusion options that could exist for all of our providers, regardless of what their funding stream is in providing early learning services. So we are here today to kind of introduce this overall concept with you. We are going to be working on drafting report sections. We'd like to be able to send those to you for review. And then we hope to come back to your June meeting to be able to let you know what we've heard and what we've pulled together. We also are willing to create additional focused conversations that we could invite you to if that is something that you also would be interested in. I think with that, I'm passing it off to Nicole.
Great, thanks, Karen. And yes, we'll, as we focus on kind of the main focus areas of the report here, I'd love for you all to be thinking about what topics are incredibly pertinent to you right now and what we might need to spend some extra time on in any focus groups, like Karen just said. So these really come from the proviso language that Karen just shared, and they are the main areas of focus of the report. So some of these we'll be able to dig down super deep in and give some really great feedback on, and others might be a little bit more of a light touch as we continue to gather more in-depth feedback from different advisory groups and partners and stakeholders in this work. And so we just wanted to share those with you as the areas that we will be reporting on and where we have work to do. So one of the things that I will share, and sorry, I'm looking for my notes here, is that, this slide really represents the work for the second phase of the report for this year that's due in September. And so we did pull feedback to put the year one report together, and we're here and visiting other, groups as well to gather feedback on the report phase two. So we definitely need your voice on any and all of these topics. Some are more, because this is a joint report, some are more, a concern or a focus for OSPI led programs, and others are more of a focus or a concern for DCYF provider feedback. And so, really, as you're looking at these, we'd love to hear what is most important to you and what you're most curious about.
I think it's pretty clear
So
that providers are upset about TK. What's not clear is where DCYF stands on TK. And I'm wondering if there's things that DCYF would like to see changed within TK, what that would be.
That's a great question. I see, Kelly, that you unmuted yourself, so maybe I'll have you start. And I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
I am muted. Thank you. I was pausing for the two of you. So thanks, Nicole. I'll start. A great question. We did share this when we were with you all a couple times last year. So to reiterate where we stand with this, it's really not much different than where we were last year, which is reflective in many ways of the comments that are in the chat box here. We know that this state and you all as providers with us have done tremendous work around helping us to align regulation and to create efficiencies in regulation, to address inequities in inequities in the regulation. And here we are, we've established, a quality system, and we're, continuing to do all these great things to support our provider base. And it has been increasingly difficult in a local control state with the K-12 part of that provider base, because they will always be a provider of early childhood services in different communities. And we know that, and we know it's an important part. But what I would say is that, and again, aligned with what you've all put in the chat, we would like to see the ability to align however school districts use their funding, making sure that it's aligned with what this state has said we want for early childhood in terms of developmentally appropriate practice. Certainly when it comes to how we partner in communities and coordinate with one another, because at the end of the day, what is ideal is that providers are working together to triage and serve families as families need and choose. And so we'd like to see a lot of that. And some of this does require legislative change and law change. And some of this can require agencies making some shifts and changes too. And I think one of the things we're starting with, because we can start there, is this community-based effort around recruitment and enrollment. It's only a tiny piece. But I think I'll just stop there and see if my colleagues have anything to add. But I think
Well, can I ask you one more question, Kelly? If we were to, if there was legislation to fix some of the problems in TK, would there be any chance of DCYF collaborating or signing on in support of such legislation?
I think what we want to support are the things that you've all talked about here. So we would, get behind a system that supports what we've carved out that is best to serve children and families in this age category in our state. So that's what I will tell you. I mean, we know that it requires some change, and some of it's legislative and some of it's not legislative. So that's why we're doing this work, Julie, and to all of you. We're doing this work on our part because we have a devotion to all of you. When I say all of you, we mean the providers who are providing early childhood services in the state, and that includes childcare, family childcare, informal FFN providers. It includes school districts and nonprofit providers across the land. And so we just want to, our role and goal is to continue to support equity in this work as much as possible, which is challenging when school districts are a part of that, given that that is a whole bigger system that existed far before, the work that we started doing here at DEL and now DCYF was. So it's, I think you all know that. It's some school, there are school districts in our neighborhoods that do a really good job of, working with partners. And then there are some areas of the state where it's not so much that. And so we want to
Yeah, I just didn't know if it would be difficult or impossible even for DCYF to support something that might be at odds with OSPI.
Well, I think we've done some of that in this process already, Julie, where we've been upfront with everyone about some things we didn't agree with, where we're working through issues in this process and trying to find common ground. And doing that when OSPI serves an interesting role as a state agency, as a separately elected official in a local control state. So again, I don't mean to, continue to harp on that local control thing, but it does create some challenges. when you're trying to think about a statewide system.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Yeah, and I would just add in that I think that, you know, what we would want is we would want to, in the best ways that we could, that, like I've said before, doesn't create competition and doesn't, well, it doesn't create competition for, you know, sustainability of programming. Use this as a way to leverage something that moves us much closer to universal services. And because we want that, we don't have that in our state, and we would love to be able to have something that reflects our mixed delivery system that has us being able to serve many more families and children than we have the capacity to do right now. And there is some potential and opportunity in this, and there's also some there's some things that we need to be very careful about as we move forward. We've learned that from some other states in the nation, and we're working really hard to make sure that we don't repeat some of the things that we see have happened in some other states. And we're hopeful that this report is going to help provide a pathway, at least the beginning of a pathway forward and a direction for us to head that doesn't leave anybody behind.
Well, I just would like to add that, you know, all of us that have been providing childcare services throughout the entire pandemic, we're exhausted. And to have this coming up, it's just another thing we have to pay attention to, another thing that adds to the uncertainty of our future. And it does not feel good. And it, I mean, as much as you can say you know, tried to advocate and all those kinds of things, it doesn't feel supportive. I mean, I just don't even know what to say, but the level of exhaustion that we're all feeling already, and to have another thing that we have to go to battle over, it dashes away hope of recovery from the pandemic and a future that includes us, not one that excludes us because of other people's agendas that really aren't designed necessarily to serve all families, but a data point that people want to achieve.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Oh. One thing I do want to say from a state perspective, that was a weird echo. One thing I want to share from a DCYF and state perspective that is incredibly important to us, and Susan, thank you for sharing that. And I want to just, you know, first and foremost, just say how much we see that and feel it, and I know that our team, across our teams, you know, there's been so much effort in supporting recovery and continuing to lift up this community of our most important providers. And I do want to say, though, how for DCYF, we are so committed to a mixed delivery system, which means that we have to go right at the inequities that exist in that. And this, in part, as slow as it feels, is us doing that in our part with the school district piece. It is slow. That 28A law is really hard to crack. And it is, and again, with those 295 districts in our state with their own control, there can be advantages to that. And as you can see now, some disadvantages to some of that. And so I want to reiterate that you are our priority. Your most, close relationship with state agencies is with us, and you are our priority, as ECAP providers are our priority. And this work exists beyond just those two entities. And there's ECAP in school districts. I get that, and there's childcare in school districts. But I think that's one of the things we want to make sure of, is that as we grow this mixed delivery system, which we need, there are far too many young children in our state. We need all of it. And we've got to figure out how to address the inequities that exist, which, again, many of you are putting in the chat box. And so I just really want to say in good faith that is a major priority for us. And being in a bureaucracy, it's not fast. So hang with us, and I really do want to I think this team should spend some time dedicated with this group, maybe in a special session of some kind, where we can really dig into this together. So Karen mentioned that. I put it in the chat box, and we'll set that up with the co-chairs and Deanna and Aaron for sure.
Kelly, thank you. I see that there's that one, Brian has a hand up, and I believe this section's at 2, and I know that there's probably more slides. I wanted to just see where we're at, and that there is a Mentimeter that will be coming up at the end, where we'll put we can put more feedback in. So I just wanted to draw attention to that. But Brian, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll be very short. I appreciate, Kelly, your perspective on that. I do want that support, and I think we don't look at that pushback as Susan's exhaustion is well felt across the whole state. And so we just don't want to feel, nobody wants to feel adversarial or feels like we're getting to a spot where we're being pushed out because we've been valued for 1 minute and then not valued for the other side of it. And so that's the only piece. And we agree with the equitable spot of it. I think the biggest challenge that a lot of us run into is the idea that districts may not have to follow the same expectations, which puts us at a complete disadvantage from our business perspective. So we just wanted, we're so appreciative that you're interested in coming and having a conversation. Thank you for sharing the time today. I really appreciate that too. But I do look forward to having more dialogue with this and learning from those that have been working in this industry for many years and trying to find a solution that is a mixed delivery and equitable approach, because I completely agree too. There is so many facets in this that has to get done. So thank you for acknowledging that. Sometimes we've been in many meetings where that's not acknowledged. And I think that it values the work that we've done and the commitment to our families and the teachers that have diligently been here for not during the pandemic, but before the pandemic too. So thank you both.
Thank you so much.
So we're at time, and we are not going to be able to talk to you about ECAP entitlement today. I think that what we can do is when we pull together our special focused work group sessions, we'll start with ECAP entitlement, and then we'll start to dive into the other aspects of this report and really break down the components and work to gather feedback from you, probably over a series of meetings on so that we're making sure that we have your perspective as we're pulling together our final report, our draft for this next version of the report. I really appreciate the time, appreciate the conversation and all the questions. Yeah, thank you, Renee.
And thank you guys so much. And that Mentimeter is up, and just always gentle reminder that we're going to capture all your comments and feedback are in the chat are captured. And also be sure you use the Mentimeter as well. So I'm going to move forward with the next item, which I believe is Julie.
Great. Let's just take a minute to do that Mentimeter, and then we're going to move on in just a minute or two to the next section. Aaron, are there going to be multiple slides where we can normally enter in our one-liners, or is it just going to be the pick a number of how you feel about it?
We're just doing these for the individual topics, but there will be an opportunity in the wrap-up reflection to add commentary.
Okay, well then this one doesn't take much time at all then.
Sorry,
Okay.
Erin, I thought there was another question right after this to provide input.
Oh,
that
yeah,
one.
ignore me. Yeah. Thanks, Deanna.
Ah, there it is. Okay, we'll take a minute then. Remember that you're not limited to just one comment. You can put in as many as you'd like. And then they'll be sent out, oops, via email, sorry. Okay, we're at 2 o'clock. I know the Mentimeter will probably stay open until you individually decide to close it, so you can put as many comments as you'd like. We are ready to move on to our next presenter, though. We're going to be discussing the lead testing grant pilot with health systems analyst Jennifer Helseth. And is Mary here also? Mary Franzen from Department of Health? Great. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Mary.
Good morning, everyone. I guess it's afternoon now. I don't know. The days all kind of run together at this point. But thank you so much for having us here. I know that was a kind of a heavy discussion right before. So I hope you have a minute to kind of shake it off a little bit. We're going to change directions a tiny bit and talk a little bit about an opportunity that the Department of Health has around lead testing for your centers. So with that, I'm going to hand this off to Mary, and just know for all of you that Mary works for the Department of Health. I work for DCYF, so I am here as a contact for you if you have any questions about any of this afterwards. So Mary, I'm going to hand this over to you so that you can give us your rundown.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here this afternoon. I know it's been a long day, and I'm probably not going to take up the rest of the time. It's one nice thing about a pilot is sometimes there's, not a whole lot of description going on. So I think my slides made it into this deck. What's our next slide? There we go. I forgot to put my own name on the slide. I am Mary Franzen. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm with Environmental Public Health, a division of the Washington State Department of Health, working specifically on reducing childhood environmental lead exposure risk. So the grant I'm talking about is the WIN grant, which is Water Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation. The next slide. And this really concerns ensuring safe drinking water in childcare centers. Probably that first link is pretty familiar to all of you, the WAC about testing your water as part of your licensing requirement every 6 years to determine if there's unsafe levels of lead or copper. And the definition of drinking water goes beyond just drinking. It's preparing formula, it's preparing food. I'm sure you are familiar with these regulations. What you might be less familiar with is this WIN grant that I'm talking about today. And that funds the testing of the drinking water in schools and in childcare centers. It's a federal grant, and we are one of the states that have received this federal grant. And in Washington, we sort of have an extra twist on all of this because we have a law that governs, a new law that governs testing the drinking water in the schools. So although WIN grants nationwide are for childcare centers and schools, here in Washington, we're applying it to the childcare centers because we have this other mechanism and this other funding stream and this other law for testing the drinking water in the schools. So the next slide. So we are launching a pilot, trying to get folks to participate in this. The question is, why should you participate? Well, and up front, the Washington Administrative Code is required. The WIN program is voluntary. So this is something you can accomplish your lead and copper testing any way that works for you, but we can help you do this with no cost. And also it helps you meet the requirements of this in the Washington Administrative Code. And the next slide. So tried to keep it really simple and high level. How does this work? Well, I'm in the process of hiring a program coordinator. I don't have this person on board yet, which is why I don't quite have all the pieces in place, but I hope to have all the pieces in place soon. Child care center staff will take your own water samples, and there's an art and a science to that, and we can walk you through that and coach you through that. It has to do with when the water is drawn and how it's collected and how you document when and what you did. And it's not super complicated, but it's a little fussy. But we are putting together training materials. We are happy to walk you through it, talk you through it. Then you send the samples to our lab and we run the tests for you. So we're happy to work with you on this, but again, there's a process to it. And then we will help you communicating with the families and with your greater community, because as you receive these results, this is information that is shared. And it's probably no great surprise that this is an information that causes a lot of concern and a lot of questions from families. Understandably so. It's a health risk for kids. It's particularly risky for younger kids, the population of kids that you folks are caring for. And we can help you with that. We can, provide guidance for how to communicate, how to remediate, how to ensure that the drinking water is safe, and also work with your families. And so the next slide. So, I talked about this a moment ago. Where do we stand? We're in the process of rolling out a pilot. Very soon, there will be a survey online if you are interested in participating. We're working on the survey. We're working on the training materials. We're working on translating the training materials. So they will be in more than one language. And as I mentioned, I'm in the process of adding some staff. That link goes to my grant coordinator position. This is my shameless bit of recruiting. If you know anyone who is interested in this sort of work, please send them in our direction. The job is still open until I think tomorrow midnight. I guess maybe that's technically midnight Friday, not sure, but it's open for a bit. And I think that's my last slide. Let's see what we have going, or actually one more. Yep, if you have questions, leadfreekids@doh.wa.gov. And again, I'm Mary Franzen, Franzen. So everyone at DOH has a nice, easy email, mary.franzen@doh.wa.gov. And that's all I had. I am happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
Well, we've all had our water tested, but what I don't remember is if there's an ongoing requirement. I thought it was just a one-time thing. So
every
do you
6
happen to know?
years. It's every 6 years.
It's
Okay.
every 6 years. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, Mary, there was a question in the chat.
Okay, let me look. Hang on. I put this up here. Yes, that is part of the WIN grant, is remediation funding. And I should add, at least in our experience with the schools, and this would seem to be the experience with the child care centers as well, the remediation and the testing and the risk exist mostly right where the water comes out of the spout. I mean, we can call it an outlet or a fixture. I'm not sure, how I want to describe it. But for instance, if you have a sink, and maybe you have a tap on your sink, and maybe you have a sprayer on your sink, and maybe you have a pot filler, something like that. It's all one sink, but you have 3 places on your sink where the water comes out. You test all 3 of those, because that is where we are most likely to find the contamination. And that is also where the remediation takes place. So often the remediation is a point of use filter, putting in some kind of screen. It's generally not, it's not a huge fix. It's generally not, replacing your entire plumbing system. The thing about it though, is we have to test every single fixture. You have to test every one to find the ones that aren't right. And I'm going to show my age. It's like lights on your Christmas tree, which I know lights don't work that way anymore, but they used to. So the grant, including childcare, yes, it is specifically for, WIN. Oh, wait, I'm missing all these. WIN is Water Infrastructure Improvement for the Nation. And it's money from the Environmental Protection Agency. And yes, it includes childcare centers and schools. But in Washington, we are testing the water in the schools through a different mechanism, a law that was passed by the legislature that went into effect in July.
So Mary, this is Jennifer. I just want to jump in and say why we're bringing this to you guys today. It may feel a little bit premature because there's still some pieces to be worked out, but we've done a lot of the work already as far as filling out forms and letters and all of those resources that Mary mentioned as far as being able to communicate if there were some sort of a problem to your families or your community, that sort of thing. So this is a resource that is available for childcare providers. Specific, yes, it reaches other populations as well, but specific to this group is for childcare providers. Yes, we acknowledge that all of the centers, when we went through our relicensing process a few years ago, everyone had to have their water tested at that point, but there is a requirement that every 6 years it's retested. And because this is a pilot, we're also looking that if there was somebody who is interested in having this testing done, even though it's not a requirement at this point, we're really looking to see how does it work and help us kind of figure it out to make sure that what we've created and what we're providing is actually a resource for you. So there's a little bit of an ask there, I suppose. I see, Gloria, you have your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yes. Yes, I had a question. Yes, for example, right? We do the retest of water and something come out. And what is the process we're going to do? Like, let's say the test was negative, positive, for example. What is the process we have to following? DCYF is going to close or take care while we fix the things the guys do you going to give us, or how that works? Because sometimes we receive emails for pilots to do this or do that, but the question for I've seen most of the family home providers is, what if is positive? They're going to close me, they're going to stop my business, how much I'm going to spend to fix it, what is next? I think that is the concern we always have, but we don't see the plan B and plan A. It is positive, you have to do this. It is negative, you have to do this. I think we have to, we would like to have and know the answers ahead of the time. And don't be afraid of following and participating, because I think every one of the family child care providers, we want to be with the regulations, but sometimes we have these kind of questions and concerns.
No, that is absolutely a valid and concerning question, right? Is that we don't ever quite know. So what I can tell you is from examples that have happened in the past is because we're talking about typically, like Mary mentioned, the point of where the water is coming out. If you had one fixture that had a lead problem, then the remediation is only on that one fixture, and the fix according to the WACs is to not use that fixture for that time. So it's unless it was, and I can't speak for your licensor, but what I can say is that thank you for putting the WAC in, Julie. Is that unless it was found that the reason you have lead in your water is because there's, say, your whole system had a problem, there would be no reason for your center to be shut down, assuming that you have an alternate water source. And then as far as the amount of money that would have to be put into it would be, Mary mentioned that the WIN grant does include some money for remediation, which means, so say it's your drinking water, then is it that you need a new fixture, you need a new tap, or do you need a filter to go on that tap so that the water comes, is coming out clean, or is it something greater than that? So if it's something that is greater, then that's something else that we would have to, that each center would have to deal with, I would imagine. And Mary, please feel free to jump in with this. I'm just talking from past experience that these were some of the things that have come up. So I think. Mary, do you want to add anything?
No, I agree with what you're saying. And I also want to address a few questions in the chat. People are talking about, I'm sorry, go on.
Okay. I said, please.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just want to make sure I wasn't cutting someone off. Drinking water. Yes, it's water used. This is, you get into some interesting definitions when it comes to drinking water, particularly with schools. Perhaps childcare centers have a little more control over this. It's drinking, cooking, preparing formula, but not cleaning, not, let's see, what's the question? Laundry. For washing or cleaning, you do not test those fixtures. But here's where we get into a little bit of a gray area, particularly with schools, especially with older kids. You can say in a high school lab, classroom, this is lab water, this is not drinking water, and a high school kid wants to fill a water bottle, and the water fountain in the hallway is slow, so they just zip in and they fill it. I'm going to assume that within childcare centers, that's less of an issue because the kids are littler and maybe it's easier to stop them from doing that. But it's technically drinking water, so you're not testing things like the taps in the bathroom that are meant for hand washing. It's, you know, drinking, eating, formula, things like that. Yeah, it looks like, Gloria, your hand is still up. I don't know if that's a leftover hand up or if you had another question.
No, yes, I had another comment. You mention only the drinking water. Okay, when a new provider is applying for their license, they have to take the water to be tested. And I believe like we have to take water from the kitchen where we're going to prepare the food, right? But some of the companies, they asking for the bathroom water, and another company is asking for kitchen and bathroom. And that is the concern, like exactly which one we have to be tested. And I hear you mention only the drinking water that is in the kitchen, right? It's a confusion too, because they asking both, and also the provider ended paying double because of the testing. But I think we have to have some clarification and they to be in compliance. And the agencies who doing the testing, with a lot of respect, don't take advantage for this new provider and charging double when they only have to do one testing.
So Gloria, thank you. That is a challenge, and I think that's one of the things that we're hoping to alleviate a little bit with this grant is that it's free. And we know that if I think about the kids in a child care center, so it's absolutely the water in the kitchen, right? That you might be filling up pitchers and you're cooking with. That all is covered by the WAC for sure. Bathroom fixtures are also something that I would include because we know that kids often do this, you know, and they their little hands are in and out of their mouths after they're washing their hands and that sort of thing. So the bathroom fixtures will also be some, but I think that there are definitely some, like the diaper washing sink, for example, is probably not one that you're going to be using because you're probably not, according to WAC, filling up bottles from the diaper, you know, from the hand washing sink next to the diaper station, that sort of thing. So it's, so yeah, we don't want providers to have to be paying double. And the hope is that this grant will help alleviate some of that cost for providers. But it can be confusing, and I am happy to work with a provider who is a newer provider or one of y'all to help you kind of decide which fixtures would be the appropriate ones, and I'm sure that Mary or somebody on her team would as well. Mary, I saw you come off mute there for a second. Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to add that part of the way this testing happens is the people within the center are the ones actually drawing the water samples. Now, that's not the case for the schools. The schools, it has to be DOH or an outside contractor. But in this case, with this grant, the people in the schools will work with you, teach you how to do it, and draw the samples. That also means you know which sinks people drink from. You know, if you say, oh no, I see the kids drink out of this sink, then sure, test that sink. But if you say, you know, this is the diaper washing sink and we have big signs and no one would ever drink out of this and we don't allow it, then you don't necessarily have to test that sink. I mean, you know your own space in your own centers. So we can, you know, you can make that determination.
Thanks, Mary. Gloria, did you have any follow-up or did that answer your question? Okay. So I think if there are no other questions, I don't see anything else in the chat.
Well, I just want to give it a minute and see if there's anybody that wants to unmute and ask a question. We have 10 minutes still with these two, and we want to make sure that if you have a question, you get to ask it.
Absolutely. I always feel like I need like the Jeopardy music to play. You give people,
Well, and somebody
30
might
seconds.
think that they have a small question and it might spark one for someone else.
Yeah, totally.
I think a lot of us have local labs we have used for testing.
Well, and in the past, some of the local health departments would do the water testing as well. I know when I worked out in Grays Harbor, they did the water testing for us, but that's not necessarily true of all health departments anymore because a lot of them don't offer direct services specifically. So I think this is something for us to keep in mind, even if you're not thinking that this is what you want to do today. As our 6-year deadline comes up, that this is an option to kind of keep in the back of our heads, I guess.
It is a nice option. I do wish that it was offered that it be paid for my local people that I go to, but that's my choice to stick with what I prefer.
Also true. Yeah.
So off topic for a second here. When we first met you, you were putting together a list of nurse consultants for the state. Are you still working on that?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I am the keeper of the child care health consultant list. I had grand visions, I think several years ago when I came and spoke to you last time, that I would be able to have some sort of an online system. And I still have this beautiful picture in my head of what it's going to look like. But there has unfortunately been this many dollars allotted to it over the last couple of years. So there is a system in place which consists of me having a spreadsheet of childcare providers and me having a spreadsheet of nurses who are working in childcare health consultation. I have trained several hundred nurses in the last couple of years to be able to be childcare health consultants across the state. And yes, there are 2 nurse consultants currently working in Yakima, to answer your question, Carol. So if you are looking for a child care health consultant, please send me an email or give me a call or send me a text. And I am happy to try and connect you with a nurse who's working in your particular area. I don't publicize the list, in large part because the nurses' caseloads change really rapidly, depending on who's taking new clients and who's not. But I am happy to connect you with who is looking, for new clients on any day that you happen to be looking for a nurse. So Carol, please feel free to email me and I will connect you up with some of the nurses. I have 4 that I'm also courting in the Yakima area. So hopefully I'll have 6 soon to be able to refer people to.
Can you drop your email in the chat for everyone?
I will.
Great.
I work for DCYF, so mine is just like everybody else's at DCYF, but I will put it down for you. And hopefully, okay, make sure. Last time I tried to put my email in someplace, I misspelled my name, but but that is my email. So yeah, thank you for asking about that. It is up and running, just not as fancy as I would have liked at this point, but it is operational. So feel free to send my information to your friends if there's other providers that you know who are looking for a nurse consultant.
Thank you. And I know Lois put something in the chat related to trust issues with licensing. I think that's related to Gloria, maybe, who talked about either herself or some other providers that were told by licensing that they had to do water testing on fixtures that they didn't actually have to do. Is that something that you care to comment on?
I wish that I had an answer for you. There's some 200 folks working in the licensing division. So there's always bound to be different personalities. Everyone's held to the same wax. And I would say that if you are having, just probably good practice in general is if you are having a problem with a licensor, you're feeling unfairly treated or something along those lines, they always have a supervisor. So you can, try to work through with them. As far as health issues, if there's something that comes up, you're always welcome to contact me, and I'm happy to work as an intermediary if necessary. I sit outside licensing, so I am not part of the licensing team, but I work with them on a daily basis. So I'm happy to play that role. And I don't know that answers your question, Lois, or necessarily your concerns, Gloria. but I think sometimes it's just, sometimes there's some, we're saying the same words but meaning different things is some of my observations when working in kind of the health world and in licensing. So
yeah, it may not solve the problem or answer the question completely, but it's a nice offer from you to help mediate for those folks that don't want to stand up to their licensor and say, that's not what I heard, because that can be a difficult spot for some folks.
It can, yeah, for sure.
Well, seems like we're kind of reaching the end. Maybe we could throw the Mentimeter in and have some time for comments both on the health nurse and the water testing.
Yeah, while you all are doing that, I just wanted to thank you all so much for having us back to the meeting. I am sure there'll be some opportunity for me to come and chat with you guys about some other health topic in the future, but it is lovely to see some of your names and faces. Again, it's been a couple of years. So thank you, Mary, for joining us from DOH, and thank you for having me today.
Thanks for coming, both of you. Okay, the Mentimeter's in the chat. If everybody could click on that, take a few minutes to write some comments.
And once we do this reflection question, then we just have one other question for you guys before we wrap up. So we'll give that one another minute or so.
Excuse me, this is Gloria again. Only one question or comment. I don't know, in this group, we can talk about this, but I really like in every DCYF licensing office, they have bilingual staff, because when an applicant apply and send the documents or the policies in Spanish, they refuse all the documentation and they request them, the monolingual Spanish speaking, to do all the paperwork in English. And I think sometimes that is hard because we can serve different communities, but they requesting, like, for example, us to be bilingual, and the staff over there is not bilingual. How we can go better if every agency in the state made the force to have somebody bilingual? And I mentioned this because I'm part of the Imagine Institute, Imagine You program, where interns, applicants, they are applying, and I have the experience with some offices sending emails to the interns and say, do you have to send me all your documentation in English because I don't understand Spanish, and you have to do that in English. How we can support, advocate, like be including more bilingual staff for different cultures and have acceptance to everyone.
Well, I don't want to speak for anybody that might have something specific to respond to with that, but I will say that I think that that is a very good issue to flag for us to connect internally with staff at DCYF and see. I know that there is some recent developments internally as far as language access programming and staffing, both internally and external engagement. So I do know that there is movement in that space for language access. I cannot speak to the exact status of that or where what you're talking about would fall as far as that work is concerned, but I do know that there are at least some updates to share, status updates to share internally, and probably a good opportunity for the agency to gather some feedback on what that looks like for you guys. So
okay, thank you, because we have the issue with Renton office. Yes, but I think we can work together, but also if it's a monolingual applicants, it's hard for them to read, understand in English, and also to have a English speaking licensure. Like it's not good communication or barrier of communication, but yeah, if we can share this and see how this come and what they are planning, that will be awesome.
Great, thank you, Gloria. And then we do have a word cloud and I know that many of you guys are still entering in your comments into the Mentee, so I don't want to interrupt that, but when you're ready to move on to the word cloud, Chelsea will put that in the chat.
And then Erin, I know there was a question at the beginning. Somebody had asked about the role of chairs in this committee, and I wanted to just make sure that that was something that was brought up again. And then also, I didn't know if we could, if somebody could screen share the 2022 work plan topics. Is that something we can go over? I remember reading them and thinking, is there room for making sure that there's more topics in there?
So as far as screen sharing today, we are over time, so I want to be mindful of that. If we want to be more mindful about pulling that up on screen, maybe like during the feedback loop section for the next meeting, we can definitely do that. And then if there are, and the work plan's a living document, right? So it's never a bad time to provide input on topics you would like to see on future agendas. We're always open to that. All right, and if folks wouldn't mind navigating to the word cloud, Chelsea put a link in the chat for you guys, and just share one or more word describing how you're feeling walking away from today's meeting. And just as a reminder, the next meeting is scheduled for June 1. So we'll give everybody some space to share their final thoughts, and that is it from us. So I just want to thank everybody for a really productive meeting today. Thanks so much for coming. And Julie, just to follow up on what you were just asking about, yes, we're going to be resharing the info that went out with the original recruitment that just kind of gives a breakdown of the role of the co-chairs and the executive committee. And then also, not to put you guys on blast, but I also encourage any member to reach out to your co-chairs directly if you have questions, and if you want to get more involved in that and into that process. I'm sure they'd be happy to connect with you. And then, but I'll also make sure to include just kind of like a write-up of the breakdown of who does what and what the roles and responsibilities are. All right, thank you, everyone. We appreciate you coming and hope you enjoy the sun if it's sunny where you are also. And we will see you next time. Thanks so much.